Shalom, and welcome to the annual conference of the Eurasian Jewish Congress in conjunction with the Jerusalem Post. My name is Tzvika Klein. I'm the Jewish World Analyst for the Jerusalem Post. We are here in Tel Aviv, and during our broadcast, we will speak to Jewish and Israeli leaders and ask them whether the Israeli government will promote issues of religion and state, or promote the issues of Ukraine and Russian Jewry. We will also hear about these Jewish communities and from Jewish leaders from around the world. Let's begin. President of the World Jewish Congress, Ronald Lauder, will open the conference with a few words.
It's my great pleasure to speak to all of you today at this conference for the European Asian Jewish Congress and the Jerusalem Post. Before I begin, I want to say how lucky all of us are that the Euro-Asian Congress is led by a very capable leader, Dr. Michael Mirishvili. We are fortunate to have Michael at the helm. Today's topic, the future of Jewish life in post-Soviet countries, is important, and at the same time, it's difficult. Important because these communities have one of the largest and richest histories of the Jewish people. But these communities also face real challenges. It's been 30 years since the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress began as a small delegation of Soviet Jewry to the World Jewish Congress. That was a time of great promise, but also great chaos. Each country gained its freedom, but in different ways, because each country is different. Latvia is not Belarus. Kazakhstan is not Bulgaria. Estonia is not Ukraine. But they all had one thing they have in common. They all have to deal with anti-Semitism. Frankly, we all do these days. Jew hatred is on the rise even here in the United States. The answer, I believe, is education. Here, I have first-hand experience. When I left my posting as U.S. Ambassador to Austria in 1987, I started building Jewish schools throughout Central and Eastern Europe. People told me I was wasting my money. They told me Jewish life was dead. They said there were no Jews left in Eastern Europe. But as soon as the Soviet Union imploded, Jewish people came out into the sunlight because it's no longer dangerous to be openly Jewish. So many wanted their children to know what it meant to be Jewish. It turns out these schools were the spark that united many new and growing communities. In looking at the future of Jewish life in post-Soviet countries, we absolutely must concentrate education on more and better schools, and we must make them available to all Jewish children everywhere. No Jewish child should be turned away from a Jewish school for lack of funds. I'm starting a huge project that will build more Jewish schools here in America and throughout the world. I'm starting a scholarship program to help those who might not be able to afford it. If we don't educate our children, if we don't teach them to be proud Jews, then nothing else matters. This has been a major part of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress. It has to be a major priority of the World Jewish Congress as well. We are heading into a winter that can be very difficult on so many fronts. There's a fear of a fuel crisis. Just as winter is coming, there are economic problems, there is war. When all these three components come together, it is usually Jews that suffer first. The only way that Jewish communities throughout the region and throughout the world can continue and even thrive in challenging times is for the Jewish people to act as one. It makes no difference if you are Orthodox or secular. It makes no difference if you wear a kippah or not. If we are united, I see a bright future for our children and our grandchildren. And in the end, nothing is more important. I thank you. I can't wait to see all of you in person again when I come to your communities. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the Jewish people.
The next opening remarks are from the president of the Eurasian Jewish Congress, Michael Mirilashvili, a Jewish leader and philanthropist.
Dear friends, for 30 years the Eurasian Jewish Congress has come a long way. From the first hesitant steps of a young delegation as part of the World Jewish Congress to a powerful and international umbrella organization uniting many communities from the Balkans and Eastern Europe to the Far East and Oceania. Then, 30 years ago, the Eurasian delegation, after decades of silence, gave a long-awaited voice to the Soviet Jewry and a family of Jewish communities of the world. Today, 30 years later, we ourselves are listening to the voice of Jewish communities and organizations of the region in an effort to provide them with everything that they need. I am grateful to all my predecessors as president of our organization. I am proud to play my role and hope to justify the great honor and trust placed in me. I am also grateful to the leaders and my friends and colleagues and the contribution that they make to the activities of the Congress, as well as our dear partners, thanks to whose participation our many successful projects and plenty of good deeds have become possible. Today, the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress is the most representative organization of Jewish communities and organizations in Europe and Asia, which allows us to directly participate in the Jewish life of the region. We are proud of this, but we are aware of our responsibilities and mission. We are proud of what we have achieved in these 30 years, but we always strive to do better. We are rooted in the past, but we always look into the future. We are responsible for the fate of the Jewish communities of Euro-Asian region, and together we shape the future of the Jewish people. I invite you to join us, and with God's help, we will succeed.
Thank you for being with us. We're here with two Israeli ambassadors, Alexander Ben-Zvi, the ambassador to Russia, and Ambassador Michael Brodsky, the ambassador to Ukraine. Shalom to you too.
Hello.
Shalom. So we'll start with you, Alexander. The situation of the Jewish communities in all the former Soviet Union have been, complex in the past year. Can you tell us a little bit about kind of what's going on in the Russian Jewish community and how Israel is assisting this Jewish community, as it does always?
Well, of course, this year is a different year. You cannot compare it to the previous times, although we cannot say that the Jewish community has suffered in some kind of way. Of course, there is an influence of all the laws, the recruitment, the things that are connected with the conflict with Ukraine, with the war, and so it influences the Jewish community in some ways. I don't think more than it is influencing other, let's say, layers of the Russian society.
Okay. And now, Michael, you have a very different situation in Ukraine now regarding a very big, wave of refugees leaving Ukraine, and lots of Jewish refugees who were interested in making Aliyah. Many of them made Aliyah. What was the role that the Israeli embassy in Ukraine played in such a difficult year?
Yeah, you are absolutely right. And unfortunately, I cannot say the same as my colleague Alexander Ben-Zvi said. The Jewish community in Ukraine has been heavily affected by the ongoing war. Jews, like everybody else in Ukraine, are suffering. And some of them, as you mentioned, became refugees. Some of them, about 16,000, as far as I know, decided to make Aliyah. But there are many others that decided to stay, either to move westwards in Ukraine or to go outside of Ukraine and to stay either temporarily or permanently in different countries in Europe and also in the United States and Canada. But definitely the whole traditional world of the Jewish community in Ukraine has collapsed on the 24th of February, and it probably will never be the same. Although I can say that at least for now, the Jewish life in Ukraine continues. The majority of communities and the communal leaders are still in place. The rabbis are there, mainly Chabad rabbis. But all in all, it's a huge trauma for Ukraine and for everyone who lives in Ukraine, including the Jews. The embassy from the very beginning of war has been active in providing assistance both to Ukraine as a whole and to the Jewish community, together with the local communities, I should say, and together with the international Jewish organizations. I'm talking mainly about the humanitarian aid, but also about rescuing the Jewish refugees and the Israelis who were in Ukraine when the war broke out. And together with the Jewish community, we rescued more than 15,000 people, some of them Israelis, some of them Jews, some of them Ukrainians who just asked to assist with leaving Ukraine, and we provided this assistance. At the moment, the situation is a bit different. There is almost no organized attempts to leave Ukraine. Everyone can do it. And it's not as complicated as it was at the beginning of war. But still, we keep providing assistance to the Jewish community and to Ukraine as a whole through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mashav, and other organizations.
Okay. You know, I was actually at the Medica border between Ukraine and Russia and Poland twice at the beginning of the war. And I saw many people, which is interesting to see, many people left Ukraine without their documents because they didn't necessarily have documents, right? I mean, we have an older population or many people who just never expected to leave the country. So, I mean, how does Israel deal with that? It must be a very big...
Well, speaking of Israelis, many of them didn't have documents and needed our assistance on the crossing points. That's why our representatives were present 24/7, at least at the beginning of war. First month or month and a half since the war started, we were present there to assist the Israelis with the documents, to facilitate their passage through the border control and so on. And I should say, Israel was the only country who sent its representatives to the border to assist its citizens. We were alone, the only diplomatic representatives there. All the rest tried to assist their citizens probably by other ways, but we were the only one who sent diplomats to the border. And we assisted many Israelis, probably thousands of Israelis, to leave Ukraine in the first month or month and a half of the war. And now there are still some Israelis in Ukraine, but the situation, as I said, is different. Some of them cannot leave because they have dual citizenship. And being Ukrainians, Ukrainian men, they cannot leave the country. Mm-hmm. I believe that following the war, when the war ends, there will be another wave of Aliyah from Ukraine because many families will be able to leave. So I believe that some of them will decide to come to Israel.
So you expect that when things calm down, there'll be another wave of Aliyah from Ukraine?
I think so, but it definitely depends on how and when the war will end.
Okay, interesting. Alexander, there has also been a very big rise of hundreds of percent of Aliyah from Russia. In the past year, we're talking about, I think, about 36,000 who made Aliyah from Russia. How does this, as an Israeli embassy, does this create more work for you, or is it more kind of other ministries dealing with this?
Well, both. It is creating a lot of work. I mean, because some of them are coming for the visas for immigration, and some of them are coming and looking for Israeli documents or registering marriages, registering children, all those procedures to facilitate the Aliyah. Now, of course, it brought a huge queues outside the embassy. That's true. Of course, the situation here is nothing to compare to Ukraine. It's not a situation of emergency. We have weekly 30 flights between Israel and Russia. So you understand that there is no problem except places on planes to make Aliyah.
Right. And now, how are the Jews of Russia feeling in this time of uncertainty? I mean, you said it's no different maybe than other citizens. Maybe maybe they're in a different situation because many of them know that they could travel to Israel potentially.
Yes, definitely. Some of them are actually saying that the possibility of traveling to Israel to make Aliyah makes them feel a little bit better. So many of them do that. As you mentioned, the numbers are much higher than previous years. And some of them are at least feeling that the state of Israel is there, and we are actually participating in all the events of the Jewish community, not only in Moscow, all around Russia. I mean, our team is now in the Far East, meeting with the Jewish communities, and we're doing it all around Russia to make them feel that we are there, and that the state of Israel is open for all those who want to make Aliyah.
Right. And people outside of Russia are having a difficulty to understand what the state of the Russian Jewish community is today. So, I mean, is everything acting as usual? Are Jewish schools still open? Are synagogues operating? Nothing has changed in that point, just it's like the feeling in the air, or is there something more dramatic than that?
No, everything is working as usual. The schools, the synagogues, everything. There are Jewish events all around. There are events that we are organizing that people are coming freely without any problem. So from this point of view, nothing changed. Of course, there are people who left, some of them prominent people or famous people who left to Israel, and that creates some buzz in the local press. But they are very few, relatively, of course, from 35,000, maybe 20, 30 very prominent or famous or some kind of celebrities. That creates here a buzz, but not that much in Israel, as far as I know. So, but otherwise, the life is normal.
Okay. Michael, the situation has been very unstable, and can you think of someone you met or a story, kind of a story that you had, meeting a family of refugees that made you emotional or understand the situation more than you did before you had this conversation with them or met them?
Yes, of course. There have been so many emotional stories. The whole situation is very emotional and very difficult for everyone. But I remember one situation when, whilst we were next to the Ukrainian-Polish border on the Polish side, we were going quite often to the crossing points to assist the Israelis, to assist other citizens with either documents or to cross the border. And at one point, we got the information that an old woman, a righteous among the nation from Ukraine, who saved Jews and her parents saved Jews during the Second World War, was about to leave Ukraine and asked for our assistance. So we came to one of the crossing points. I don't remember which one it was, and assisted her to go through the border, to pass the border. And we had a short conversation with her. And once again, it was an opportunity for us to thank her and her family for what they did to those Jews whom they saved during the Holocaust, during the Second World War. It was very, very emotional. And we continued assisting the righteous among the nations. When we were in Kiev, we distributed some heating devices before the winter, which is going to be very harsh in Ukraine, with the assistance of a local organization which helps righteous among the nations. We came physically to give out these heating devices to some of the righteous and some of their families, because the majority of them are not alive, are not with us anymore. But we try to keep contact with the families of the righteous among the nations. And each encounter, each meeting with these people is always very, very, very emotional and very, very warm from both sides. But this is what just episode out of hundreds episodes, very emotional episodes that I can remember from this period of war.
Now, Ambassador Brodsky, are Ukrainian Jews coming back to where they live?
Yes, some of them are coming back, but as you said, the situation is unstable. And I wouldn't rule out that as we approach winter time and the cold weather, some of them will decide to leave again to Europe, because the situation in Kiev and in other major Ukrainian cities is very difficult. And you know that the electricity is unstable. There is, in some parts of Ukraine, there is no fresh water. So it's not easy to stay in Ukraine. Some had no other choice but to come back because they have families, they have businesses in Ukraine. But I think it will change and the situation will evolve over the next month, because it's totally unpredictable and it's totally unstable.
Okay. Ambassador Ben-Zvi, I know also many people who made Aliyah to Israel or who left Russia actually came back, whether to take care of their business or their apartments, etc. Do you see this situation where people are kind of whether making Aliyah or leaving Russia and then returning because, again, it's not very easy to just immigrate in a time like this?
Yes, we do see such phenomena. We don't know the numbers because, as I said,
right,
having 30 flights a week, you don't know who is coming back or who is not. But I've seen several people that came back, yes, that they went there at the beginning and they're now coming back to take care of their businesses, putting children in universities or schools and things like that. So yes, this happens. I don't know how extensively, but it did.
And what are the reasons? Is it to take care of family or business, etc.?
Yeah, more of that. Business, family, education. I don't know, difficulties to adapt to life in Israel and so on. But and some probably went just to at least to pass the first several months and the conscription issues with children, and then when they saw it's not that dramatic, so they came back.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Right.
forget they still have their a lot of things for them here.
Okay, so I want to end with a question for both of you. Our viewers in the Jerusalem Post are all over the world, mainly in North America, but all over the world. What's important for our viewers to know about your work in the countries that you're in, representing Israel? What is something that you think the world should know about your work? Ambassador Ben-Zvi, you can.
Well, first of all, for us, it's important to know that we are here, and whenever it is needed to help in some way, again, it's not dramatic as Michael says. We are not giving heating devices or water or things like that. As I said, the situation is actually relatively normal. But the important thing is that the Jewish communities have to know that we are here and we are ready to assist in the ways we possibly can. Mainly for us in Russia, it's of course facilitating for those who want to make Aliyah. Or preparations for that. So that's I would say main issue. Well, we don't need to, as I said, to deal with daily needs of the Jewish communities.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Ambassador Brodsky.
Well, it's like Alex said, it's very important, I think, to know that we are there. We are there for the Jewish community, and we are there for Ukraine. And Israel supports Ukraine and has supported Ukraine from the very first day of this war, and will continue providing assistance both to the Jewish community, to the Ukrainians, and we will also be there when the war ends to assist to rebuild Ukraine, to recover this beautiful country, and to assist to recover Jewish life in Ukraine.
Okay, so I want to thank you very much, and both of you have very important roles and very complex and difficult and also very different from each other. So Ambassadors Alexander Ben-Zvi and Ambassador Michael Brodsky, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for what you do for Israel and for the Jewish community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you. The next speaker has been very vocal about the assistance of the State of Israel to Ukraine and has immensely assisted the Ukrainian Jewish community. Jerusalem Post's Mayan Hoffman will now speak to the former Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Nachman Shai.
So we have with us today Nachman Shai, Minister Nachman Shai, who is currently the Minister of Diaspora Affairs, but of course has held many prominent roles within the Israeli government and society. And wanted to talk to you today about several issues, relating to the Russian and Ukraine war, related to the law of return. And specifically, we are getting ready to have a new government, a government in which you will not likely be a part.
Not at all.
Right. And you gave a speech, though, last week where you actually spoke to the new government, and you called on the government not to disrupt issues of religion and state, such as amending the law of return or conversions. What are your concerns?
I'm concerned because of the deep divide between the world Jewry and the State of Israel. And I think that this outgoing government has done many good things, but one of them was to repair the damage, to heal the wounds of the relationship between Israel and the diaspora, especially the American Jewry. And what I'm concerned of, the divide, which is not a political matter, it's much more important that the relationship between us and the diaspora will return. And what I suggested is that there should be a dialogue, open, transparent, between the world Jewry and specifically the American Jewry and the government of Israel before they touch any issue which has to do with Judaism, with religious affairs in Israel. Why? Because it's not only about Israel, it's about the whole Jewish world. And I believe that should be done based on, as I said, dialogue, negotiation, and full understanding of each other.
So let's talk a little bit more about that, this relationship between Israel and Jews in the diaspora. Why is the relationship so broken? Why do we have to be so sensitive right now?
Because we are remote from each other physically, and we don't share our views every single day. That's a technical matter. But also, again, I'm a political person, so I'd have to tell you that I blame the previous governments for neglecting the aspects of Jewish diaspora in running their business in Israel. For example, the issue of the Kotel. For 99% of the Israelis, it really doesn't matter if there is Ezrat Israel, which is the, let's say, the liberal, pluralistic area or piece of the Kotel, Because most of the Israelis are going to the big kotel where they pray and put their notes, and they don't even know about this small corner that was given once many years ago to the Reform, Conservative, both in Israel and abroad. That's an example. I feel that we should develop a dialogue. We should talk to each other. If it has been done unilaterally, just by the Jewish community in Israel, if you forgive me for that expression, 7.2 million Jews, it's still not, it is the largest Jewish community, but it doesn't include all the Jews living in the world, which are around 18 million people. That's why I suggest that when you touch matters, very sensitive ones, like conversion, the kotel, the law of return, who is a Jew, and so on, talk to the world Jewry, talk to rabbis, talk to other leaders, and find a way to make concessions and compromise.
And now let's look the other way. There's a lot of anti-Semitism. Right now, anti-Semitism is spiking at unprecedented rates.
True.
What role does Israel need to play the other way, in terms of how can we help Jews in the diaspora during this challenging time?
Thank you for your question. Because in the last cabinet meeting, a few days ago, I repeated on my position that Israel should take a leading role in combating anti-Semitism. We don't do enough. You hear me? We don't do enough. We are the state of the Jewish people, a Jewish state. We have all the resources. We have all the knowledge. We can't hide beyond the backs of the European or the Americans or other people or continents. We should be there on the first row, on the first line, doing our best, calling and recruiting others as well. But we, as the Jewish state, I repeat on that expression, should be the leaders, because that's our commitment to 8 million Jews who do not live in Israel and are witnessing or exposed to anti-Semitism, something that most of the Israelis don't even understand. Because, thank God, there's no anti-Semitism in Israel.
But if Israelis don't understand anti-Semitism, how do they lead the battle against it?
How does Israel should, or the world?
How does Israel, if Israelis do not understand?
Well, we should work in cooperation with the world organizations, with major countries with anti-Semitism is spiking, as just said. It's the United States, it's Europe as well, South America and elsewhere. We can't do it ourselves, but we should encourage and push and convince and be in the front. Don't wait that anyone will do the job for you. We, in our ministry, for example, are following, monitoring anti-Semitism in the world. And I can give you proof how high it got, especially during military operation, or by the way, during the Corona as well. Jews, even in the 2022, are being blamed for all the evils in the world, most of them.
Most of them. So I want to switch to a different topic. Now, you were very outspoken about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, calling on your colleagues to approve the transfer of defense equipment to Ukraine.
Yes.
Why the passion, and where are you now with this issue?
I traveled. I was the first government minister to travel to the border between Poland and Ukraine, 3 weeks after the Russians invaded Poland. And when I stood there and saw the long, endless lines of women and children coming out with nothing except their own clothes, a small suitcase, a dog, a pet, and their children. And if they have no extra hands, I said, that's what they took, their kids with them. They were well dressed, by the way, like you and me and my grandchildren. When I look at the kids, they look like my grandchildren. When I look at the mothers or grandmothers, I saw my family 80 years ago in the same Europe, in the same probably soil, Polish soil in this case, running from the war, looking for a shelter, looking for a place to hide. They ended up in Ghetto Warsaw and then in the extermination in Auschwitz or somewhere else. And when I looked at this scene, I said to myself, where are we now in the 21st century when we try to, we believe, or we tend to believe that war crimes, that Europe witnessed a generation, 2 generations ago, will not repeat itself. What went wrong? What went wrong? And then I tried to convince my own country, which I'm very proud of, to accept not only Jewish refugees, meaning Jews who are looking for a place to live, Aliyah, but also non-Jews. And there was some resistance in Israel. Some Israelis said, "Look, this is a Jewish state, it's just for us." And I said, this is a big, big mistake. Because we, the Jewish people, are the last to turn down anyone who would like to come to Israel. And by the way, who wanted to come to Israel? Relatives, friends, and so on, some Israelis. That's all. Most of them found shelter in Europe. Finally, I convinced the government, I convinced the Supreme Court, I won this battle. By the way, some of them did come, most of them probably left, but I believe this is our commitment as human beings, as Jews, and as Israelis. I kept saying the same about military assistance, defensively to Ukraine. And I did tweet a few weeks ago something I truly believe in, that when Iran now join in to help Russia and so on, it's our turn to help defensively. I don't want to attack Russia. I don't deal anyhow in the military situation. But I feel that Ukraine, a democratic state, was attacked by a neighbor state, which is a totalitarian regime, very similar to the situation between us and Iran. And if we will need, I assume so, the world one day when Iran tries to attack Israel, it will be a similar situation. So those arguments that we are now using to help or not to help will be used at a time towards Israel.
Oh, scary situation. Let's talk about the Jews there for a moment. There's been a lot of international funding from North America, but also from Israel, to help Jews relocate to Israel, to make Aliyah. Do you think it's right that we try to relocate them here, and why not help them to maybe continue to live safely in other areas of Europe?
We do both. We have to help them. And our ministry, the Diaspora Affairs Ministry, was the first one who extended financial assistance to the Jewish community in Ukraine, whatever their needs were less than a year ago, when the war broke out. We were and still are in constant touch with them. We talk to them, we communicate with them. They presented their needs, and we responded. Something unprecedented was done at this case. So we helped them while in Ukraine. Then they started to get out of the country. The country, Israel, is always available to get Olim Chadashim and under any circumstances. So some of them prefer to come to Israel. They are most welcome. But many are still in Europe. And now we are developing a new project to help the Jewish communities and the groups of here a few hundred, few thousand of Jews who permanent or temporarily found shelter in Europe, in Poland, in Germany, in Britain, in some of the European countries, using our own resources. For example, during the summer, by the way, we gave them summer camps. 1,500 of them, we gave them 10 days of summer camp, them and their families, the kids and their families. We want to do the same during the winter. We have money here in this country, not too much. First priority is the Israelis, but second priority, the Jewish people.
Incredible. Now, you were mentioning that it doesn't really matter in terms of refugees. Obviously, Jewish, not Jewish, a refugee is a refugee.
Refugee is refugee.
Right.
For the Jewish people, refugee is refugee.
100%. So now at this stage, it's been a number of months. Do you feel that we should continue to let refugees into this country?
Depends who. Jews can come and live here anytime. That's the law of return. That's the heart of the state of Israel. Non-Jews, if they want to come and stay here temporarily, I think we should open our door and let them in and give them a place to sleep and hot shower and some food. We haven't done enough in helping them. When I compare, and later after my first visit to Europe, I went there again and I compared what Israel has been doing, and we are far away. Again, I believe we are different than other people. We, the Jews, especially when it comes to people who are fleeing from the war and looking for a place to stay for a while. We should assume this role. We want to tikkun olam. We want to heal the world, to make the world a better place. This is one example.
So how are you going to make the world a better place going forward? What does the future hold for you? You're retiring from your role. So what legacy are you going to leave and what's next?
Well, I've done everything I could in 18 months. It's very short. We were actually stopped in the middle of some of the projects that we were involved. I think we've done a good job, but I'm not the one to compliment myself. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm available. Look, I'm unemployed Israeli is looking for a job. I hope to do something in the areas that I became an expert on. Diaspora is one of them, but Israel is there as well. I have my PhD. I've done a lot of work in the media. I like to deal with public diplomacy, which is the topic of my PhD. Well, I can give you a whole line of credentials, but I was lucky to be minister in this government. I was always thinking about my family. Many members of them were perished in the Holocaust. I carry the name of Nechama, who was my aunt, my late aunt that was killed in the Holocaust. So the name Nechama, now in the male fashion, Nachman was all over, and everywhere I went, I mentioned her name as if she's watching me from the sky and saying to herself, you see, the son of Eva, my sister, is now a government minister in the state of Israel. This is something that I always carry with me.
Well, it's beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. I really appreciate all of your thoughts.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
So we're going to continue discussing the situation of the Jewish communities in Ukraine and in Russia, and also the connection to Israel and the immigration to Israel. With us in the studio is a very good friend of mine, one of the smarter people that I know, Professor Zev Hanin. He's the academic chairman of the Institute for Euro-Asian Jewish Studies of the EAJC, and also in Bar Ilan University. Shalom, how are you?
Shalom, thanks for inviting me. Pleasure to be with you.
So just recently there was different numbers that were published about the situation of immigration from Ukraine and Russia to Israel. If I remember correctly, more than 30,000 made aliyah from Russia, about 15,000, 14,000 from Ukraine.
Exactly. Your figures are absolutely correct. As updated by this morning, I would say that we have about 58,000 people that came from the former Soviet Union.
Just in 2022?
After the war started, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the 24th of February this year. So of them, more than 34,500 came from Russia alone. About 14,000 came from Ukraine, but the majority of them actually came from in the period of so-called panic aliyah. A few weeks after the beginning of the Russian invasion there, military invasion, I mean. So since May, Ukrainian aliyah decreased dramatically. Then the moment, as far as I know the situation, we are having like a few dozens of people each month, not more than 100 people from Ukraine, and the aliyah from the FSU is overwhelmingly aliyah from the Russian Federation.
Right. So, but there were, obviously politicians always do this. They give out these big numbers of expected, immigrants, expected olim, because they want to receive a budget, and you could look at it in a positive or a cynical way.
It's
right?
very cynical, yeah. Okay.
Again, you could also look at it in the positive side, is where they actually want to get budget for activity, right?
We more, yeah. We want more.
We
all
want,
no
right?
doubt
We both want the same thing. So, how do you explain the fact that such a small number of Ukrainian Jewish olim came to Israel as opposed to what we expected? Because we expected there were talks of even 100,000 or maybe even smaller, 50,000, 70,000 olim from Ukraine, and most of them are not here.
Well, I would say there are three reasons for that.
Okay.
On one hand, the Ukrainian community is 3 times smaller than the Russian community. So, according to estimations of Della Pergola, Mark Tolz, noted demographers,
right.
we have about 600,000 people
Russia.
eligible to come from Russia to
Right.
Israel according to the law of return, and 3 times less in Ukraine.
Right.
So if we are talking about the ethnic core, there it's about 170,000, 80,000 in Russia, and much less, about 42, 43, 45,000 in Ukraine. So between this ethnic core and the borders of the Jewish collective, we have quite a substantial number of people. So that's probably one reason. Second reason, there is a difference between Ukrainian community, Jewish community, and Russian Jewish community. In Ukraine remain people who more or less connected their destiny with that country. They decided not to go anywhere, majority of them. At least according to research that was done by the initiative of Eurasian Jewish Congress in 2019-2020, which I was at the head of. It was pretty clear that in Ukraine the interest for immigration was lower than in Russia or Belarus, for example. The Russian community is even less. So at the moment, the dramatic change in the situation pushed these people to live for abroad. But at the moment, and that's probably the second reason, we don't really know whether they left for good, forever,
or
just temporarily in order to stay in more convenient place like Europe.
Right.
Should get what is possible to get, but temporarily, and then to consider living further.
And the third?
Either to
Germany.
To stay in Germany or go to England, United States,
Right.
or to make Aliyah to Israel. I'm
Right.
not rejecting an opportunity that the next year we will get an Aliyah of Ukrainian Jews from Europe,
Right.
not from Ukraine. Or to come back, especially if the situation there will improve.
Right.
Third reason, I would say that Ukrainian Jewish identity, you probably know that opposite to the situation here in Israel, that we have a sort of a convergence of identity, in terms of identity and identification of Olim that came from various countries of the former Soviet Union. They combined, very quickly become, in terms of their identity, part of so-called Third Israel, Russian Israel,
Right.
and the part of the Jewish collective, of course, of this country.
Right.
In the former Soviet Union, we have a new phenomena of establishment of the local ethno-civic groups within the borders of the independent states. So we are not talking about post-Soviet Jewry anymore. We are talking about Jews of Russia, Jews of Belarus, of Moldova, of Ukraine, of Azerbaijan, and so on and so forth. The transformations and political transformations in Ukraine, that becomes sort of a part of Europe, of pro-Western, and so on and so forth, they probably keep these people there. Let's look at the situation. Two countries, for the first time in 100 years, Jews are fighting Jews fighting Jews,
Right.
on the different sides for the first time
That's very
since the end of the World War I. Okay, and if a Russian Jewish community simply demonstrates a sort of a loyalty, but not active involvement in the situation. Ukrainian Jewish community is totally mobilized in favor of Ukraine
Right.
in this war.
They're very
So,
patriotic.
making Aliyah is a sort of taking a sort of obligation that you declare your loyalty to the
To a
Jewish
different
state
country, right.
rather than Ukraine. For Russian Jews, it's not a problem. I mean, that is why we have this phenomenon of getting Israeli citizenship, regardless whether people prefer going to stay here or to live temporary and then come back. That's another
Right.
question. Probably that's another question. But
Right. By the way, it's very similar to the fact that many Israelis and Jews around the world have applied to receive Spanish or Portuguese citizenship, right? I mean, there are both situations. You have law firms, that's their specialty. You pay them a certain fee. You're not planning to live there, I would say,
that's
very high
interesting.
percentage
Yeah,
of the
that's
time.
interesting comparison. I would say
And
that
they're very mad at the situation there.
yeah, but at the same time, I would say that in terms of FSU Jews, it's not exactly the same as getting Spanish citizenship.
100%.
Majority of them are planning to stay, according to the studies that I know or was involved in. I would say that at least 60% of those who came in the recent wave of Aliyah absolutely sure or consider or believe that they will stay in Israel in the long run.
What percentage is this?
More than 60%.
More than 60%. How do you identify this wave of Aliyah as opposed to other waves just even a few years ago from Russia and Ukraine? Is their Jewish identity levels different? Are they more or less committed to Jewish causes or Israeli causes?
It's a very good question. A lot of cliche and stigmas twisting around in the Israeli media and public discourse. Maybe it's a good time to say that on one hand, we have a slight, or in some weeks, even substantial growth of Jews according to Halacha, because we get like it's a representable sample of Jewish community in the FSU, especially in Russia and Ukraine. I'm sure you know that 50% of Russian Jews, they're concentrated just in two capital cities,
right.
In Moscow and St. Petersburg, with a high level of ethnic Jews and Jews according to Halacha. That is why the share of so-called halachic Jews is growing. Due to the fact that we are again getting Aliyah from big industrial population, cultural, commercial centers.
But do you have numbers or percentages of them being halachic?
I would say that, well, I don't know exactly at the moment what's the story, but of course it's much more than 25% that they're talking recently, that they're talking now about it. But even that...
I'll just mention, Professor Kharin is speaking about the reports of information from different government ministries showing that those who made Aliyah in the year of 2020, only 28%, I think, were considered Jewish, not halachically Jewish, but Jewish according to the law of return.
According to Halacha, I would say that it was said.
Are considered
Jews. 2020, it was a difficult year of Corona.
Right.
It shouldn't be taken as a representable sample of Aliyah from the FSU, and especially what is going on now. I mean, 2022 is
so what would be your estimate of halachic Jews?
I don't know exactly, but I would say that between 35 to 50%, and whether these are where they
this Russia
Jews
or
from
FSU?
all in all, from all the FSU, whether they're able to prove it or not.
Okay.
That's another pair of shoes.
Right.
But another story is more important to my mind. We should talk about the identity of these people, whether they see themselves a part of the Jewish collective or not. According to two congruent studies that were done, which I was involved into, I would say that in the first study, 70% said that they feel Jewish, just Jewish, or Jew of Russia, or Jew of Ukraine, and so on.
But altogether 70%.
Altogether 70%. Another research, we came back to these people after they spent a few months in Israel, and this share grew to 80%.
Oh, wow.
So I would say that we are getting, I'm sorry for this word, a very good human material in order to be a part of the Jewish community of this country. The question is now, what shall we do with this? With this material, yeah, whether we will do our best in order to make and feel and be a part of the Jewish core of Israeli society, or we will say we're not interested in you.
Right. And how do you see the trends of Aliyah in the near future? Do you see? We spoke to Ambassador Brodsky from Ukraine, who said he definitely sees another wave of Aliyah from Ukraine coming up, depending on different situations, but also definitely the issue of heating in the winter, that in many European countries, including Ukraine, definitely are expected to have a problem with heating. Do you see any changes or any trends that are coming up?
I would say that, unfortunately, I don't know what was said by Ambassador Brodsky. But I would say that three objectives will make their impact on this trend. First of all, how quickly the war will stop, or at least how quickly the most important Jews populated centers will come back to normal life. Of course, we are not talking about Mariupol. That's probably the situation is extremely difficult. But whether Kharkov, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kiev, and other places, Odessa, Nikolaev, and other places like that will be come back to a normal life, including normal Jewish community life. This is not so easy question. Because the question is also whether the infrastructure of the Jewish community will be rebuilt. Before the war, the money, the budgets, the support came from international Jewish community, from Israel, but especially from the local wealthy Jews that are ready to contribute their money to. The same stories in Russia. Now the third element is out.
Is out
almost
at the moment,
out.
at least,
So
right.
the question is whether Israel and the Jewish world will be able to take this responsibility on them.
Right.
The second story is whether Europe will be better than Ukraine in this situation in terms of the heat and so on and so forth. My expectation is that regardless the energy issues, I would also say that not everybody happy of the recent immigrants, Jewish immigrants to Europe from the FSU. Not all of them are happy with the situation they found themselves. They're welcome, they're accepted well, and the moment people are secure, fed up, and have where to live, they're starting to ask questions, what I'm doing here.
Right.
So I wouldn't reject, as I said, that some of them will make a decision to come to a Jewish state.
Right.
And finally, I think that immigration, aliyah from Russia, will continue. It seems to me that regardless what will go on in Russia, and when the war will stop, the dramatic move of Jews from Russia elsewhere, but especially to the state of Israel, Russian immigration is mostly Israeli-oriented.
Right.
That more or less clear. In terms of values, but also in terms of the opportunities and possibilities, and so on. I believe that a majority of them will be accommodated here, regardless the government policies and so on and so forth. They will take responsibility on themselves, and the Israeli society will be able to do their best. So I believe that this about 60,000 that we got is not the end of the story, it's just the beginning.
Right. And do you think Israel is doing enough, or are there more things that we can do to change or to adapt ourselves towards these immigrants, some of them refugees? There were recommendations about, offering more services, more language, ulpanim, right, a place to teach Hebrew.
Like Americans say, the question of $1 million. I mean, it would be a question of $1 million if it wouldn't be a question for a few billion of dollars. Yeah.
Right.
But I would say that at the moment, Israeli government is doing its best. Government offices. I see the people who are committed to Aliyah more than they committed to their families.
Right. Working around the clock,
from around
on
the clock,
weekends.
and Nativ, the Jewish agency, the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration, in other places, volunteer communities.
Right.
It's also an interesting point that volunteer work in favor of new immigrants, strengthening the Jewish identity of people that are already here. Those so-called 1.5 generation, which
So they feel more Jewish now because they're helping new immigrants.
They, of course, Israeli and so on, but now they feel more Jewish than they feel more Russian Jewish.
Wow.
Or Russian-speaking
Okay,
Jewish.
that's good.
They started to speak this language that they almost forgotten.
Right,
And,
that they grew up speaking.
I think that, and that this interaction is a good thing, both for Israeli society, for its Russian-speaking angle, and for new Olim.
Right.
So I would say that Israel is doing much,
organization.
but of course,
Yeah.
that could be done even more.
How? Like, what is needed in order to make the immigration, which, by the way, immigration anytime is a very difficult and not
Both
a
of
fun
us
situation.
know that, yes. But I would say that two things are extremely important, or three things, as usual.
Right.
One thing, it's just a good word. Guys, you're welcome.
Right.
We need you. You are our brothers,
Right.
regardless whether they are Jews according to Allah or not. Okay. Of course, that would be good to strengthen this message with some deeds, like to say less about Aliyah shel Goyim ve'antishemin,
Right,
Aliyah of
non-Jews
Gentiles and anti-Semites.
Exactly.
First of all, it's incorrect. And second, it's very, very, very misleading and damaging. So to stop doing that in the media and in the political circles. And third, I would say, of course, money can solve a lot of problems. More consulate officials, more workers in the internal ministry, domestic affairs ministry, more budgets for special projects that let us hope that the next prime minister and next financial minister will continue what was done by the ongoing government and will even increase it.
Okay, thank you. So I could speak to you for hours because it's fascinating. So thank you very much, Professor Zev Hanin, the academic chairman of the Institute for Euro-Asian Jewish Studies of the EAJC and Bar-Ilan University. Thank you very much for your time for your data. And let's hope that this immigration and Aliyah succeeds, and also wish the situation in these Jewish communities will actually be stable.
B'ezrat Hashem, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here is a conversation I had on the role of Israel in the life of Jewish diaspora with Dr. Chaim Ben Yaakov and Natan Sharansky. שלום לכם שוב, אנחנו נעסוק עכשיו ביחסי ישראל עם הקהילות היהודיות ברחבי העולם. בטח בשנה האחרונה, בשנת 2022, אנחנו רואים עיסוק הולך וגובר וחשיבות הולכת וגוברת של הקשר הזה בין ישראל כמדינת העם היהודי לבין הקהילות היהודיות בעולם, במיוחד במדינות ברית המועצות לשעבר, במיוחד ברוסיה ובאוקראינה שנמצאות במלחמה. אנחנו נמצאים כאן באולפן עם נתן שרנסקי, לשעבר יושב ראש הסוכנות היהודית, לשעבר שר בישראל, לשעבר אסיר ציון, אולי אסיר ציון זה לכל החיים, ודוקטור חיים בן יעקב, המנכ"ל של הקונגרס היהודי האירו-אסייתי. שלום.
שלום.
אז נתן, אתה ככה עוסק בקשר הזה בין ישראל והתפוצות, והפכת גם לסמל בעולם הזה, ואיך אתה רואה את ההבדל שיש בין הקשר של ישראל עם מדינות ברית המועצות לשעבר היום בשנת 2022, לבין לפני 10 שנים שהייתה יותר רגיעה, היה אפשר לטוס לכל מקום, היה אפשר לנסוע, העלייה הייתה, אבל היא הייתה פחות מוגברת ממה שהיא עכשיו.
דווקא אני חושב שבתפקיד של מדינת ישראל בחיים, בחיי יום-יום ובכלל בחיים של יהודים ברוסיה, אוקראינה, מצב לא השתנה, לא רק בהשוואה למה שקרה לפני 10 שנים, גם מה שקרה לפני 50 שנה. יהדות ברית המועצות הייתה מתבללת לגמרי, פשוט כי יהדות זה נעלם. הדבר היחידי שהיה קיים זה אנטישמיות יהודי.
למזלנו, אתה אומר.
כן. לא, אני לא יודע. ומה החזיר ליהודים כבוד עצמי, ומה נתן לכם כוח להילחם עבור זכות שלכם, זה מדינת ישראל. אחרי 67 פתאום נכנס לחיים של יהודים שם, משהו שיש לכם זהות, יש לכם היסטוריה ויש לכם מדינה, וזה מה שנתן כוח לכל דבר. אני חייב להגיד שבמשך כל עשרות שנים האלה, תקופות כמובן מאוד שונות, גם מבחינת יחסים בין רוסיה וישראל ובין קהילות, אבל מה שמאפיין את יהדות ברית המועצות לשעבר, בניגוד ליהודים ממדינות אחרות, שקשר עם ישראל זה 90% של הזהות שלהם. וגם שהם רואים היום בגרמניה או באמריקה, רואים שבלי ישראל אין להם זהות. אז מבחינה זו לישראל יש תפקיד ענקי.
אולי אפילו יותר בקרב יוצאי ברית המועצות, כיוון שלכולם גם יש קרובי משפחה בישראל.
כן.
בניגוד ליהודים אמריקאים או אירופאים.
אבל בכלל, אם אתה, תראה, בתי כנסת כרגיל, לא אומרים לכם הרבה. Jewish Cultural Centers זה לא ממש חיים שלכם. כשיש הפגנה למען ישראל, אז פתאום שם כמעט כולם דוברי רוסית. אני מדבר על ניו יורק, אני מדבר על גרמניה. ואז צריך להבין, תפקיד של ישראל בחיים יהודים שלהם הרבה יותר גדול מבקהילות אחרות, וזה נשאר עד היום. כמובן, אם הייתה הרגשה, עוד לפני שנתיים הייתי אומר, שרוסיה ושלטון רוסי זה דבר מאוד טוב ליהודים, כי באמת אף אחד לא יכול להגיד שפוטין אנטישמי, אולי להפך אפשר להגיד. אבל פתאום הם מרגישים שמסך הברזל חוזר, שקשרים שלהם עם יהדות העולם ובכלל העולם חופשי הולכים ומתנתקים. ואפילו אם פוטין טוב ליהודים, אבל עולם שהוא מייצר זה לא טוב לנו. ואני חושב שזה גם משנה לא רק קשר רוחני עם מדינת ישראל, שהוא נשאר, אבל גם צורך מיידי להפוך את הקשר למשהו יותר פרקטי.
אוקיי. חיים, אתה גם נמצא בצומת הזאת הרבה מאוד שנים, גם היית נציג של הסוכנות היהודית במוסקבה, והיום אתה מנהל את הקונגרס, ובאמת אתם בקשר עם כל הקהילות היהודיות האלה. אתה רואה איזשהו שינוי בין התקופה שבה אתה היית במוסקבה לבין התקופה של היום? כמובן שיש שינוי, אבל איך אתה מזקק את זה? במה זה מתבטא השינוי ביחס של הקשר, או אולי אפילו בחשיבות של הקשר?
כן, אם אנחנו רוצים להביא אולי עוד שיעור אחד היסטורי, אפשר לזכור את גולדה מאיר במוסקבה. שהיא הגיעה כנציגה ראשונה פורמלית של מדינת ישראל למוסקבה, הייתה לראשונה בתולדות ברית המועצות לפני, וגם אפשר לומר אחרי, ההפגנה היחידה שיהודים התכנסו בלי אישור ממשלתי, ויותר מזה. זה שייך לא רק ליהודים. בכלל, ההפגנה הבלתי פורמלית היחידה בתולדות ברית המועצות, בכמות כזו של אנשים שיצאו לרחובות, היה רק כאשר גולדה מאיר התחילה את השליחות שלה. ובעצם נתן מאוד צדק, שסביב מדינת ישראל נבנית הזהות היהודית, ואז יהודים, אלה שרק יצאו משדות מלחמת העולם השנייה, היו מוכנים להגיע, והם כתבו למיכואלס ולוועדה היהודית האנטי-פשיסטית, בקשה להגיע לישראל ולהגן על מדינה צעירה. ויחד עם זה הם היו אנשים סובייטים וקומוניסטים משוכנעים ויותר משוכנעים. אבל הם חשבו שמדינת ישראל זה כל כך חשוב, זה בעצם המרכיב המרכזי. כל הדברים שאמרתם הם בהחלט קיימים, והיום יותר ויותר משפחות של יהודים ברית המועצות נמצאים פה. בתקופה שהייתי שליח של סוכנות היהודית וסיימתי, נתן היה יושב ראש, אני שסיימתי כתבתי דוח, ככה מקובל בסוכנות היהודית, דוח המלצות, מה חשוב. ואז אני כתבתי שבהחלט העלייה מאזור שלנו תשתנה. האנשים יתכוננו יותר זמן, והעלייה תתקיים בשלבים. אני לא יודע אם להגיע לשולחנו של נתן, דוח שלי, הוא קיבל בטח הרבה כאלה, אבל אני ראיתי את זה אז במו עיניים, לאנשים לוקח זמן יותר להתארגן ולהגיע לישראל.
ואגב, אנחנו רואים את זה גם היום. זאת אומרת, אנשים עלו, חוזרים בשביל לעשות כל מיני סידורים, חלקם חוזרים ישר, חלקם לוקחים את הזמן.
אני חושב שבארץ לא כולם הבינו שעלייה היום לא מתקיימת, וקשר בין ישראל ותפוצות זה תמיד משתנה, ויש דברים חדשים כל הזמן, ושונים ממה שהיה בעבר. בארץ לא כולם הבינו שזה מתקיים בשלבים. וכאשר קורה דבר גיאופוליטי, כפי שאנחנו רואים היום, ולמעשה אנחנו מ-2014 נמצאים בתהליכים כל כך מורכבים. יש כאלה שאומרים שמלחמה, ויש כאלה שאומרים שזה גיאופוליטיקה. אני חושב שדווקא המושג השני יותר מורכב, יותר נכון ויותר מתאר את מה שקורה. כי לפעמים עכשיו זה ממש אש והרוגים במרחבים ענקים. לפני זה הייתה מתיחות והיו כל מיני אירועים קשים וקשה היה להבין מה קורה. לאדם פשוט בקהילה שיושב בעיר גדולה, בקייב או במוסקבה, היה קשה מאוד להבין מה קורה באמת. היום דברים ברורים יותר, אבל גם לא פחות מורכבים. והיום חל עוד פעם שינוי בדפוסי עלייה, ובהתנהגות של אנשים. היום אנשים שבאים, הם לא באים במשבר אישי, כפי שקורה לכל עולה חדש. ובארץ חשוב שאנשים יבינו שעולה חדש זה תמיד משבר פסיכולוגי.
מאוד קשה.
וחברתי עמוק ומורכב, ולפעמים זה משבר משפחתי, בין דורות, בין הורים וילדים, בין בני זוג, בין סביבה.
ההורים שהשארת מאחורה.
כן, והסביבה המורחבת יותר המשפחתית. האנשים באים גם במשבר כלכלי עמוק, במשבר פוליטי, חלקם לא רואים אפשרות לחזור חזרה, או לבקר אפילו באותם מקומות. חלקם לא הספיקו למכור רכוש שלהם. ולכן, שאתה היום פוגש אדם שהגיע ממש משדה קרב לפעמים, בתור עולה חדש, זה לא אותו אדם שאתה פגשת אותו לפני שנתיים, או לפני שנה אפילו, או בשנות ה-90 וה-80.
אני אגב פגשתי משפחה בוורשה, במתקן של הסוכנות היהודית, בדרך לישראל. משפחה ממש במעמד הביניים פלוס, באמת עובדים קשה למחייתם וחיים בצורה מאוד נוחה בקייב, והם הגיעו לבית המלון כאשר הם היו צריכים לרוץ מתישהו, הם השאירו את התיקים שלהם באוטו, רצו לאוטובוס של הסוכנות היהודית, ולילדים לא היה גרביים ונעליים. זאת אומרת, הם כאילו פשוט זרקו אותם בזה, וחורף וכולי, אבל אתה אומר, וואלה, וזה אנשים, אתה רואה אותם יושבים בבר, שותים בירה. כן? זה לא פליטים, כאילו, שאתה מחפש בגוגל פליט, זה לא מה שאתה רואה. ולכן, כמו שאתה אומר, המעבר הזה, או הדרמטי הזה, הוא גורם לאיזשהו משבר, אני משער.
אני יכול להגיד, מתעלמים לזה, לישראלים כמעט אותו דבר. באו פליטים מאוקראינה, באו פליטים מרוסיה. זה אותם יהודים ואותם יהודים, אבל זה שני עליות שונות לגמרי. וזה לא במקרה שמרוסיה, אני חושב שזה יהיה פי 3, פי 5 יותר עולים יעלו מרוסיה משבאוקראינה. באוקראינה זה בכל זאת פליטים, זה בכל זאת אנשים שברחים מהרס, מדברים נוראים שקרים. וחלק מהם כל הזמן מחפשים, קודם כל, בעלים שלהם נשארו להילחם, וגם הם חושבים אולי כבר אפשר לחזור. ברוסיה זה אנשים שפתאום הבינו שזה עוד פעם הופך למקום שלהם לא רוצים להיות, למקום שיכול אין להם איום פיזי. והאמת, כל עוד שרק היה מלחמה בקרים והיו הורגים שם אוקראינים, בכלל ברוסיה זה לא היה כל כך אכפת, זה היה ממש רחוק. פתאום מבינים שהשמיים נסגרים. שעוד מעט הם יהיו כמעט בית סוהר, שכבר לא יכולים לקרוא מה שהם רוצים לקרוא, לא יכולים להגיד מה שחשוב. כל הסיפורים של האבות שלהם, איך היה סלף-סנסור, שהיה צריך לבדוק כל מילה שאתה אומר, פתאום זה חוזר. אז הם לא ברחים ממקום שאין לו שם לחזור. ואני חושב, מבחינה זו, כמובן עלייה מאוקראינה יותר טרגית מבחינת סיפור אישי, אבל עלייה זו, זה עלייה יותר בטוחה, אם אפשר להגיד. כי פתאום זה מקום שיהודים לא רוצים לחיות בו.
אוקיי.
אבל יחד עם זה, קהילות יהודיות ממשיכות להתקיים. גם בקייב, גם במוסקבה, וגם בפריפריה של אוקראינה ופריפריה רוסית. ומדינת ישראל חייבת לתמוך באותן קהילות. לפני כמה שנים נשלחו מורים לבתי ספר יהודים, והתקיימו
דרך חפציבה.
וחפציבה, כן. ונשלחו מורים ואנשי מקצוע לבתי ספר יום א', ומרצים ומנחים למחנות קיץ.
והיום?
גם היום מתקיימים מחנות קיץ, וחייבים להמשיך, כי לא כולם יעלו ולא כולם יבואו, ואנחנו יודעים שהשיקולים מאוד מורכבים.
עכשיו, משהו שעלה בשידורים האלה, ברעיונות שקיימנו, כמה וכמה אנשים דיברו על כך שבאמת היו אנשי עסקים, עדיין קיימים, אנשי עסקים יוצאי ברית המועצות או חיים בברית המועצות, שהיו ממש תומכים או בעצם מחזיקים את הקהילה היהודית ברמה של תרומות ופילנתרופיה, והיום רובם אינם יכולים לעשות את זה. האם זה חלל בעצם שמדינת ישראל והעולם היהודי צריכים להיכנס אליו? זאת אומרת, היעדר התרומות המקומיות?
אנחנו כקונגרס היהודי גורם לא פוליטי. ואנחנו צריכים להיות מוכנים לעזור לכל יהודי ולכל קהילה בכל תנאי ובכל מקום. ולכן אנחנו גם מתנהלים בצורה כזאת. אנחנו אולי לא צועקים אותם הדברים שאנחנו שומעים מסביב, ומנסים לעשות דברים הלכה למעשה. בתי ספר צריכים להמשיך להתקיים. לא כולם מסוגלים לצאת, או ככה אנשים מעריכים את המצב שלהם. אני לא יכול לצאת, אני ממשיך לחיות במקום הזה, במדינה הזאת, גם באוקראינה, גם ברוסיה, גם בבלרוס, גם במולדובה, ובכל מדינה אחרת, גם בבלקנים. אנשים לא יוצאים, וקהילות קטנות ממשיכות להתקיים בכל מקום. ביאנמר, מדינה שרוב האנשים גם לא יודעים שיש דבר כזה.
יהודים, כן.
או שיש שם קהילה יהודית, ולא שמעו אולי גם על מדינה כזאת.
כן.
אבל יש שם קהילה יהודית, ואנשים ממשיכים למרות מצב קשה מאוד, גם מבחינה פוליטית, גם רעידות אדמה, אבל יהודים ממשיכים להתקיים. ואנחנו כגורם, ובשביל זה קמנו, התארגנו, ובשביל זה אנחנו פועלים. אנחנו חייבים לעזור לכל גורם שנמצא. ובהחלט, היום שוב צרכים בסיסיים יותר ויותר חשובים. אנשים מבוגרים יושבים בפריפריה, ברוסיה או באוקראינה, והם לא מתכננים לצאת משם.
או שהם לא יכולים אולי.
או גם לא יכולים.
עכשיו,
אזהרה אחת.
כן.
לא, קודם כל, אין ספק שמדינת ישראל חייבת, והסוכנות היהודית, חייבים להמשיך כל התוכניות שרק אפשר, אולי אפילו להמציא חדשים, להגיע לכל יהודי, והייתה לי הזדמנות גם לדבר לשליחים של חב"ד שיושבים חזק ברוסיה, ואמרתי, בטח חייבים לעזור למי שרוצה לעזוב, אבל כל עוד שיש יהודי אחד, אתם חייבים לחזק קשר שלו עם יהדות ועם קהילה ועם מדינת ישראל. אבל, ועל זה דיברתי גם עם שליחים של סוכנות למחנות קיץ, כאשר הם יצאו. אנחנו צריכים לתמוך ביהודים, אסור לנו לתמוך בפוליטיקה רשמית של רוסיה. אם יתחילו לדרוש, ואנחנו מאוד קרובים לזה, שכל בית ספר, כל מורה ייתן שבועה למדיניות של פוטין וכיבוש של אוקראינה, אסור לנו להביע שום הזדהות עם זה.
לנו זה לעם היהודי.
לעם היהודי ולשליחים של העם
כן.
היהודי. שליחים של העם היהודי לא צריכים לצאת כמובן להפגנות נגד פוטין, אבל אסור להם בפומבי להזדהות עם אגרסיה ברברית על אוקראינה. ולא רק בגלל יהדות אוקראינה, לא רק בגלל גם יהודים בקהילות אחרות, אבל נגיד כך, גם מבחינת מוסרית, אבל גם יהודים ברוסיה מעוניינים בישראל שהם יכולים להיות גאים בו, והם לא מעוניינים בתמיכה של כוחות שאחר כך הם מתביישים אפילו מאיך הם, איזה עמדה הם לוקחים.
עכשיו, נתן, אתה ביקרת לפני כמה שבועות באוקראינה. זו פעם הראשונה, אגב, מאז המלחמה שהיית?
מאז המלחמה, כן.
אוקיי. ונפגשת עם הנשיא זלנסקי. איך הייתה הפגישה שלכם?
אני יושב ראש של מרכז להנצחה של באבי יאר, ולא רק נפגשתי סביב הנושא הזה עם כמה וכמה, עם פורושנקו ואחר כך עם זלנסקי, אבל אפילו בזמן של קורונה היו לי 2 זומים עם זלנסקי וצוות שלו, כי הוא אישית היה מאוד מעוניין. אז חשבתי שכהפגנה להזדהות עם אוקראינה, חשוב שנערך בורד שלנו, ישיבה של בורד דווקא בקייב, ואז הייתה פגישה של בורד, והיה לי גם שיחה דוגרית טט-טט עם נשיא זלנסקי. תראה, אין ספק שהוא הפך לגיבור אמיתי, ולמנהיג אמיתי, והוא גם בתוך שיחה, הוא צריך לנהל מדינה שהיא תחת הפצצות, ואפילו בארמון שלו, באותו זמן לא היה חשמל. טוב, ואנחנו הלכנו גם למקומות של צבא שם. ויחד עם זה הוא מלהיב. זה ממש מעניין לראות איך הוא מצליח להלהיב גם עשרות מיליונים של עם אוקראיני, ומנהיג, הופך למנהיג של עולם חופשי כולו. בארבע עיניים היה לו הרבה ביקורת גם על המדיניות של מדינת ישראל, ואז אני ניסיתי כמובן להציג גם צד שני של הסיבות למה אנחנו עושים את זה ולא זה. הזכרתי גם על כמה דברים מאוד חשובים הומניטריים, שדרך אגב, גם אשתו של זלנסקי, גם אשתו של בוז'י הרצוג ביחד מעורבים. זה דווקא, אבל זה היה קל. בזמן שיש גם פצצות, הוא רוצה מי יכול לעזור לו
הישרדות.
לשמיים.
כן.
ודיברנו איך עם ממשלה זו או ממשלה אחרת, איך אפשר בכל זאת למצוא פשרה, לא פשרה מוסרית, אבל פשרה מאינטרסים פרקטיים. הוא פתוח להכל, אבל הוא סגור לדבר אחד. אנחנו עכשיו נלחמים עבור עולם חופשי כולו. אני רוצה שהעולם חופשי יעזור לי לסגור את השמיים. וכאן, זו שיחה לא פשוטה. יחד עם זה, אני לא זוכר עוד דוגמה שאיש כל כך פתוח מבחינת היהדות שלו, הוא מוכן לדבר על זה בלי סוף. למה הוא יהודי, אבל בכל זאת התחתן ככה. למה הוא אוקראיני, אבל בכל זאת מרגיש גאווה וקשר ביהדות ובמדינת ישראל. הוא שולט בהיסטוריה של מערכת יחסים בעייתיים וטובים בין ישראל ואוקראינה, בין יהודים והעולם כולו. ואיש זה נבחר באוקראינה בבחירות חופשיות לגמרי, עם תחרות מאוד קשה מול מועמדים, נגיד ככה, פחות יהודים ממנו, וזה אומר גם משהו על אוקראינה. ואני רוצה להגיד שלמרות שאנחנו כולנו עכשיו עוסקים במלחמה, גם היום קייב ומוסקבה נשארים מקומות הרבה יותר בטוחים ליהודי להסתובב עם כיפה מאשר פריז וברוקלין. והאירוניה הזאת צריך גם לזכור.
אוקיי. חיים, אני חושב שאחת מההשוואות אולי בין התקופה הזאת לתקופה של לפני יותר מ-30 שנה, בטח בתקופת השואה, זה יש פה מדינה שנלחמת עבור, לא נלחמת כמלחמה, אבל מדינה ועם יהודי שנרתמו למען אותם פליטים ואותם קהילות יהודיות בצורה שלא ראינו הרבה מאוד שנים. באמת, אני זוכר כל איזה יום, כמה פעמים ביום הייתי מקבל מייל על קרן פילנתרופית או על קהילה יהודית או על גופים גדולים כמו הפדרציות בארצות הברית שגייסו סך הכל ביחד בטח מיליארדי דולרים. יחד עם מדינת ישראל שגם נרתמה לטובת העניין הזה, גם חיזוק הקהילות היהודיות דרך משרד התפוצות, גם משרד העלייה והקליטה בהיבט של הקליטה. יש פה סיטואציה שבה אנחנו חזקים הרבה יותר ממה שהיינו פעם, ואנחנו הצד החזק, כן? לא הצד החלש הנתמך. אתה רואה את זה כאילו בעבודה שלך? זאת אומרת, כאחד שחי בישראל, ייצגת בעבר את ישראל, אתה רואה את השינוי הדרמטי הזה באיך שמסתכלים עליך ועלינו?
בהחלט, אבל שוב, מהיסטוריה אנחנו יודעים שיהדות רוסיה או ברית המועצות לשעבר ידעה לגרום ליהדות העולם להתאחד.
נכון.
זה היה בשנות ה-70 ושנות ה-80, וכל העולם היהודי תמיד מחפש עוד איזה נושא שסביבו אפשר להתאחד.
נכון.
ועדיין לא מצאנו, צריך לומר.
נכון.
עכשיו, שוב...
סביב אוקראינה לתקופה של כמה חודשים, וזהו.
גם לא יודע בדיוק, זה לא אותה רמה של...
יהודי אוקראינה אולי, סביב אוקראינה לא.
ברור, יהודי אוקראינה.
כן. כל אדם רגיל חשוב לו לעזור לאותם מצבים הומניטריים קשים, וכמובן אנחנו מדגישים את זה בלי שום קשר, עוד פעם, לעמדות פוליטיות כאלה ואחרות. חייבים לעזור לאנשים לצאת מהסיפור הזה ולשמור את החיים קודם כל. עכשיו, כנראה שהמצב של קהילות יהודיות היום אפשר להגדיר רק במושג של קהילות במעבר. קשה מאוד לתכנן מה יקרה. בשלב הזה אנחנו גם דואגים מאוד שלא תהיה התפרצות של אנטישמיות, גם ברוסיה וגם באוקראינה. יש סכנה כזאת, תמיד עומדת על הפרק, ואנחנו תמיד משתדלים להביא לידיעתם של אנשים פשוטים וגם אנשי שלטון לא יהודים, בכל מדינה. חבר'ה, תיזהרו, זו אש שיכולה לגרום לנזק בלתי רגיל, גם ליהודים, גם לקהילות, גם למנהיגים יהודים, אבל, ויותר חשוב לכם להבין, לאנשי שלטון באוקראינה וברוסיה, שזה גם יגרום בסופו של דבר נזק בלתי הפיך לחברה ולנשמה של אנשים שהם לא יהודים, לא קשורים לישראל. לכן תזהרו, וזה תפקיד של מדינת ישראל. גם דרך אגב עכשיו על פי חוק, שבארץ יש חוק לאום שמצהיר ומדגיש שמדינת ישראל היא מרכז של עולם היהודי. ולכן חייבים למלא תפקיד הזה גם בתחום הזה, ולפעול דרך מאמצים דיפלומטיים ובדיפלומטיה ציבורית, להביא לאנשי אקדמיה ולאנשי שלטון ולממשל, ברמה המוניציפלית והרמה הממשלתית הכי גבוהה. תיזהרו מהתפרצות האנטישמיות. תעשו מה שאפשר כדי שזה לא יקרה, ואנשים קיצוניים, שהם לפעמים מפעם לפעם מנסים לקום ולהשפיע על חברה, להבהיר להם שאין מקום לאנטישמיות, לא ברוסיה ולא באוקראינה, ומה שאנחנו עושים בתחום הזה, מנסים כל הזמן לעמוד על השמירה, לבדוק טוב טוב מה קורה בתחומים האלה.
אוקיי, חיים, שאלה אולי לשתיכם. הנושא של חוק השבות נהיה מאוד מאוד חם בימים האחרונים, בשבועות האחרונים, סביב הסיפור הזה של העלייה מרוסיה, מברית המועצות לשעבר, בשנים האחרונות, ובטח שהשנה שיש לנו צמיחה מאוד גבוהה של מספר העולים. חיים, בעיניך לגעת בחוק השבות, זה משהו שהוא בכלל מותר לפי התפיסה שלך?
חוק השבות הוא חוק לא רק בשביל יהודי ברית המועצות לשעבר.
נכון.
ורגישות כלפי נושאים האלה בגלל יהדות צפון אמריקה, ואנחנו מבינים. עכשיו, עולים שמגיעים על פי חוק השבות הם ביטוי למצב סוציולוגי ודמוגרפי של יהודים בתפוצות, ולכן אין צורך להתפלא אפילו, ואין אפשרות להיות כי זו תופעה מוזרה. יש התבוללות. ולכן יש גם שינוי בהרכב הדמוגרפי והסוציולוגי של אנשים שבאים לישראל. אני הייתי אומר כך, לאנשים שרוצים לשנות צריך לעשות את זה בזהירות. תעשו חשיבה מעמיקה, תגלו אחריות ציבורית כלפי קהילות יהודיות וגם כלפי חברה ישראלית. לפני שאתם פותחים את הנושא ומתחילים לשבור בחנות חרסינה בפנים ארונות, תנסו לבדוק טוב טוב למה זה יביא בסופו של דבר, האם נזק יותר יהיה מהתועלת מהשינויים, או יכול להיות שלא. יש דברים, וזה צריך להיות בהחלט בממשלה והקואליציה בישראל, בסופו של דבר תקבל החלטות משלה, מדינה ריבונית, ככה זה חייב להיות בחברה דמוקרטית, ליברלית ופתוחה. ממשלה והרוב בפרלמנט מקבלים החלטות. אבל פה בהחלט ההחלטות האלה בסופו של דבר ישפיעו על קהילות יהודיות, והיום חוק השבות הוא קריטריון לחברות בארגונים כאלה ואחרים בקהילות יהודיות, ופוליטיקאים ישראלים אולי לא כולם יודעים את זה, שכדי להיות חבר בארגון כזה או אחר בתפוצות, לא רק בברית המועצות לשעבר, גם באירופה וגם בצפון אמריקה, אתה עומד בקריטריונים של חוק השבות. ולכן צריך לחשוב ברצינות, באחריות, וזה לא תמיד המאפיינים של פוליטיקאים ישראלים, לצערי.
כן, נכון.
תראה, זה נושא שלפחות 60 שנה, אומרים היום זה חם. זה גם לפני 60 שנה היה חם, ומשברים קואליציוניים ונפילת ממשלות התחילה משנות 58, אני חושב. אז מיהו יהודי ולשנות או לא לשנות.
הוא תמיד יהיה נושא חם.
זה תמיד היה נושא חם. שאני תמיד חשבתי, ואני השתתפתי בהרבה דיונים, שחייב להיות דיאלוג עם תפוצות בהרבה נושאים שקשורים גם לחיים שם, וקודם כל בטח בנושא של חוק השבות. שלישית, יש הרבה אספקטים, גם פילוסופיים, סוציולוגיים, היסטוריים, עד כמה מדינת ישראל צריכה לפתוח שערים ולמי. וכאשר אני הייתי מוכן לדבר על פשרות, כאשר פותחים בצד, סוגרים בצד במקום אחד, על זה שנותנים אפשרות להצטרף דרך שער אחר. אבל כאשר עכשיו מדובר פתאום איך לסגור את זה, לסגור את זה, לסגור את זה, וכל זה קורה בזמן מלחמה, כאשר פתאום שאלה לעלות חוזרת למאות אלפים אנשים בצורה הכי דרמטית. זה גם לא צריך, אבל גם מאוד מאוד לא אחראי ולא חכם. היום דווקא בחיפזון להתחיל לסגור דלתות של מדינת ישראל.
אבל אתה כן, אגב, אולי לא בזמן מלחמה, כן, אבל התבטאת בנושא העלייה מאתיופיה לשעבר רציתי להגיד, כמו ברית המועצות, העלייה מאתיופיה, כן דיברת על כך שכאילו מתישהו צריך לעשות פה איזשהו, לא יודע אם קאט, או בהיבט של, כן, זאת אומרת...
קודם כל, תמיד צריך, אבל קודם כל, תמיד צריך לדעת לא רק את מי אתה מביא, גם את מי אתה לא מביא. ודווקא בנושא אתיופיה ראיתי משתתף בהרבה מלחמות, קודם כל זה היה נגד גישה עוינת כלפי ישראל מ-BBC ואחרים, כאשר הם היו אומרים לי שאתם לא מביאים יהודים מאפריקה רק בגלל שהם שחורים, ומביאים גויים מרוסיה רק בגלל שהם לבנים. תמיד הייתי צריך להסביר זה שקר ממדרגה ראשונה. אף אחד מרוסיה אי אפשר להביא באותם תנאים שמביאים מאתיופיה. מאתיופיה מביאים גם אנשים שכבר דור שישי לא יהודים. וכאן מדובר רק על דור שלישי. וזה בסדר שאנחנו צריכים להתייחס לכל במצב באתיופיה בצורה אחרת, ואולי יותר מקלה, אבל גם לשים תנאים על גיור אחרים. ואני בעד זה שיהיו לנו דיון רציני, איך זה יכול להיות שיש כל כך הרבה אנשים שבאים לישראל, דרך אגב, חלק מהם יהודים לפי ההלכה וחלק מהם לא יהודים, שאין להם שום קשר ושום רצון של קשר. אז אפשר לדבר. אפשר לדבר על זה, מה צריך להיות תהליך גיור. ואני אפילו פעם אמרתי, אתם יודעים, בואו נדבר על שינוי חוק השבות ביחד עם
שינוי שיטת הגיור.
של תהליך גיור. רציתי. ולא מוכנים לדבר על זה. כי אז אני מבין, אם אנחנו אומרים שמי שלא מספיק קשור, אבל מעוניין, אז אנחנו נקל עליו. הוא לא יוכל להיכנס בגלל שיש לו חלק של דם יהודי, אבל הוא כן יכול להיכנס בגלל שהוא רוצה להיות מקורב. אבל כאן מדובר איך לסגור כל הדלתות, ומדובר על זה בזמן של מלחמה. אני חושב שזה ממש פשע.
אוקיי. אתה רוצה להתייחס? התייחסת לעניין. אז אולי ככה לסיום, האם בעיני שניכם ממשלת ישראל עושה מספיק, או לא עם ביקורת, אלא מה עוד אנחנו יכולים לעשות כמדינה בשביל לגרום לעלייה הזאת מצד אחד להיות מיטבית יותר ומוצלחת יותר, אבל מצד שני גם לחזק את הקהילות היהודיות. זאת אומרת, מה עוד הממשלה יכולה לעשות שהיא לא עושה היום בשביל לסייע למצב?
אנחנו ביצענו סקר גם בקרב עולים וגם בקרב ארגונים של חברה אזרחית בארץ. ובסופו של דבר הגענו לרשימה של מסקנות והענקנו את הדוח שלנו לשרת העלייה וקליטה. ואנחנו גם נדבר עם שר או שרה שהיא בממשלה הקרובה, שתקום בעזרת השם במדינת ישראל במהרה. ואנחנו מכירים את אותם הבעיות שממשלה כן יכולה למצוא פתרונות, גם בתחום הבירוקרטי, גם בתחום תעסוקה לאנשים. אנשים מאוד דואגים לתעסוקה, זה גם גורם למשברים בתוך המשפחות, כאשר אנשים מבוגרים לא הולכים לעבודה תקופה ממושכת. זה גם משבר פנימי מאוד לאדם מבחינת כבוד עצמי. אז לכן תעסוקה זה אחד מהדברים החשובים ביותר. בהחלט, פעם קראו לזה קליטה רוחנית. לאפשר לאנשים להכיר את התרבות, להכיר היסטוריה של עם ישראל ושל מדינת ישראל. גיור, לא גיור, זה נושא מאוד רגיש, גם דורש התייחסות מעמיקה ורצינית, בגלל שהיהדות אף פעם לא הייתה מסגרת מושכת בפנים את האנשים. אנחנו דווקא במהלך הדורות ניסינו ביד אחד לקרב, ביד שנייה להרחיק אנשים. יכול להיות שזה צריך לשנות היום. אלה אנשים שבאים ונמשכים לחברה הישראלית.
ולעם היהודי.
כן, ולתוך העם היהודי. אז לכן אולי צריך לחשוב איך אנחנו מנהלים את זה. יכול להיות שזה צריך להיות גיור בהתחלה תרבותי, לאפשר לאנשים ללמוד יותר, ואחר כך יכול להיות גיור דתי. ואסור ללחוץ אנשים, אני חושב, להיכנס למסגרת דתית, בגלל שזה לא מקובל על פי קריטריונים של דת היהודית, ועל פי הלכה. ועל פי ארגונים שלא הולכים לפי ההלכה. גם לא רוצים להביא אנשים בכוח ולאפשר למדינה כאילו ללחוץ אותם עד כדי כך שהם ירצו לעבור גיור. אז גם בתחום הזה יש מקום למדינה יותר, ובהחלט היום שיש תור יותר מ-30,000 אנשים, וצריך לעזור לעולים לעלות ארצה, ולא להמתין חודשים.
יש גם תורים ארוכים יותר, יותר מ-30,000.
כן, כן.
כן, הרבה יותר.
אז קודם כל, כל זה נכון, אני מסכים עם כל מילה, אבל זה נכון תמיד. ואני תמיד בקשר, בתולדות מדינת ישראל, על כל עלייה היו מדברים, אנחנו מוכנים או לא מוכנים. ותמיד מתברר שאנחנו לא מוכנים בהגדרה, ותמיד גם מתברר שמדינת ישראל מוכנה לעשות הרבה יותר לעלייה משכל מדינה אחרת, זה ברור. אנחנו בכל זאת במצב מיוחד. ומצב מיוחד זה שפתאום יש אפשרות לעשרות אלפים, בטח אולי למאות אלפים יהודים שיושבים היום במוסקבה, בסן פטרבורג ובמקומות אחרים, ומחפשים איך לצאת מהסיטואציה הזאת. וכאן דבר אחד דחוף, כבר אי אפשר לקבל שיש תורים במוסקבה כמו שהיו לפני שנתיים, כי זה מצב אחר לגמרי. צריך, טוב, עשו כמה דברים שאפשר חלקית לעשות, זה לבוא לפה כתייר ואחר כך. אז צריך למצוא...
התורים הם בערך של שנתיים, כאילו, התורים הם כל כך ארוכים.
לא, זה פשוט...
קרוב לשנה.
בימים כאלה, כאשר יכול להיות שזו שאלה של חדשים, כאשר יסגרו דלתות. וכאשר בכל זאת יש הרגשה פעם ראשונה אולי במשך עשרות שנים, הרגשה שאנחנו חייבים לעשות משהו מיד, לשנות את החיים שלנו, אז מדינת ישראל צריכה לעשות הכל שלא יהיו תורים. מבחינת קליטה, גם דברים רגילים שתמיד היינו מדברים על בעיה של דיור. אבל היום זה יכול להיות בדיוק כמו שבעיה של דיור בתחילת שנות ה-90, כאשר הביאו אלפי קרוונים. אז אריק שרון, אני חייב להגיד, אני עבדתי עם כל השרים בתור פעיל עלייה, הכי כיף היה לעבוד עם אריק שרון, בשבילו לא היה חוקים.
הוא רצה שזה יקרה, זה קרה.
אז נביא 2,000 קרוונים על יד באר שבע תוך כמה לילות. אני לא אומר שחס ושלום עכשיו, ברוך השם, יוצאים משפטים, שומרים על המדינה, אנחנו לא יכולים להיות בולדוזרים. אבל תראה, אני פשוט שומע מאלה ממש פליטים ממוסקו, שבאים, ששוכרים דירות, מחיר של דירות עולה כמו טיל. אנחנו יודעים, עכשיו דווקא בגלל זה שבאים כל כך הרבה לשכירת דירה, ושהם עושים זה בעזרת, כמובן, ממשלה, אבל מחירים יעלו הרבה יותר מהר ממה שאנחנו חושבים. וזה יכול לסגור את דלת, אנשים לא יכולים, אם לא יהיה להם אפשרות להכניס ילדים שלהם לדירה.
נכון.
אז יש דברים שממשלה קודמת וממשלה נכנסת, חייבים לפתור, לא לפתור, לתת תשובות מיד. אחר כך לראות כמה אפשר.
אגב, רק אני חייב להעיר על מה שאמרת, שאנחנו המדינה שעושה הכי הרבה בשביל עלייה או הגירה. אבל התנאים בגרמניה הם לא פחות רעים, אם לא יותר טובים, מהתנאים שאנחנו מציעים. זאת אומרת, במידה מסוימת, הרבה אנשים היגרו מאוקראינה לגרמניה, ובחלק מהקהילה היהודית שם, שזה טוב לנו שהקהילה מתחזקת, אבל הם לא פה.
לא, בתור מי שעסקתי הרבה עם אפילו לא נשירה, פשוט הגירה לגרמניה. ותמיד ראיתי, מאוד מצטערתי על זה, אבל תמיד ראיתי נגד מאמצים של שלטונות ישראל בכוח לסגור דלתות. אני תמיד אמרתי, זה לא תפקיד שלנו לסגור דלתות, תפקיד לעשות הכל שזה יהיה יותר אטרקטיבי. יחד עם זה אני צריך להגיד, אף מדינה בעולם לא תקבל מספר לא מוגבל אנשים כאזרחים. גרמניה במשך הרבה שנים הייתה כאילו משלמת חוב
לעם היהודי.
לעם היהודי והפסיקה. היום אי אפשר, יהודי לא יכול לבוא ממוסקבה, מסנט פטרבורג או מקייב ולקבל אזרחות גרמנית. נגמר. וזה לא נגמר לא בגלל שמדינת ישראל דאגה, אני חושב בצורה לא נכונה, אבל זה נגמר כי לגרמניה אין סדר עדיפויות כזה לנצח. מקום יחידי שיהודי יכול לבוא ולקבל אזרחות, זה בצורה אוטומטית, זה ישראל. והיום דווקא כאשר יש מיליונים של פליטים שמחפשים איפה אפשר לקבל אזרחות, אז מבינים עד כמה קשר בין ישראל והעם יהודי ייחודי.
בסדר גמור. תודה רבה לכם, דוקטור חיים בן יעקב ונתן שרנסקי. תודה רבה שהייתם איתנו. תודה רבה שצפיתם. We'll now hear the opinions of Israel experts on the issue of the law of return. Should it be changed or not? Our participants are Professor Asher Maoz, Minister Oded Forer, and MK Simcha Rathman.
Hello and welcome back. I have with me today MK Simcha Rothman of the Religious Zionism Party, who's also a member of the Judicial Selection Committee, to talk about the law of return. MK Rothman, let's start just by talking about Ukraine. There were thousands of Ukrainian refugees whose lives were saved because they had a place to go here in the state of Israel. This was thanks to the law of return. Would you say that the law worked well? Why or why not?
The law of return is not a law for refugees. Refugees from war zones, there are the treaty, the UN Treaty on refugees, countries get them based on many reasons. And also Israel, without any connection to the law of return, I think that it was the first decision by the government of Begin to accept Vietnamese refugees. So the fact that something is not covered by the law of return does not mean anything about refugees. And just recently I read that a complaint, maybe justified complaint, that many Jews from Ukraine decided to flee to Germany. So it doesn't serve its purpose. We need to get refugees from Ukraine, but of course, as a Jewish state, with the law of return, I would prefer my efforts of getting refugees from Ukraine will focus of getting Jewish refugees and not non-Jewish refugees. But again, humanitarian aid to refugees, humanitarian aid to Ukraine, to the war in other places in the world, has nothing to do with the law of return. The law of return has a purpose, and the purpose is to build the Jewish state and to make sure that the Jewish state is the homeland of the Jewish people. And when you have, and you see the numbers, and it was just released, that from Ukraine, from Russia, from Belarus, from former Soviet Union countries, the numbers, more than 70% of the people that come from there are non-Jews. And some of them are not even identified as Jews. Some of them don't want to become Jews. It's not about now a conversion. It's not about Giyur. It's just about the question, is the law of return serving its purpose? And especially when you make the comparison to what happened when you talk about the USA, when you talk about France, when you talk about South America countries, and you see the numbers, that's 97%, 96%. So we're talking about, we're focusing our law of return aliyah efforts in taking people that are non-Jews, they don't want to live as Jews, and then when they come here, everyone talks about the crisis. What do you do with the Giyur? So don't create a crisis and don't try to find solution to the problem you created. And that's basically why we as a party want to cancel this grandson clause that is the state of Israel will be able to focus its aliyah, budgets and efforts where it needed to get Jews to Israel.
Now, your party is talking, as you said, about changing this law of return, canceling the grandparent clause at a time, though, when we have a war going on in Europe. What about the Jewish state's efforts towards tikkun olam? Isn't the timing slightly wrong?
In any given time, there are about 20 wars going around in the world. And again, as I started, the first decision by Begin, and I don't object to this decision, I think it was a good idea. And in a proportional number, the state of Israel should stand and get refugees in the proportional weight. And you know, there is usually countries that are more close in proximity to the countries that are in the war accept more, and then people after the war return. It's not about the law of return. The law of return is for people who come here and want to make the state of Israel their homeland, their nationality, their identity. It's not there are whole different solutions for tikkun olam, whatever that means. Again, I think sometimes people use this term in the wrong way, but it doesn't really matter. To help the people that in need, Israel was one of the first countries to send a hospital to land
To Ukraine to help
to
them.
Ukraine, so people can be there, to send humanitarian aid, to send food, to even give some a short period of time for refugees. Not a problem. But when you talk about the law of return, it means you're getting people to become part of Israel in large numbers, to be part of the society in Israel, not to give them a shelter over the head, but really to get them as part of our country. And that's not the case when you talk about getting a temporary solution for some refugees from any war in Ukraine or other places.
Now, you mentioned how it's to build the Jewish state, but some people have called the law of return a racist law, a law that, we only take Jews in. It makes it easy for Jews can automatically become a citizen if they're Jewish, no matter where you are, how Jewish you've been before, and how supportive you've been of the state of Israel. But others who maybe are supportive of Israel, want to be dedicated to the state of Israel, to live here for other reasons, can't utilize something like the law of return. How do you respond to the people who say that it's a racist or an unfair law?
I don't think that there is any merit to this claim. I think that when you talk about grandson clause in contradiction, you might talk about it's not about what you are, it's about what your parents and grandparents are. Maybe the criticism on the grandson clause might be more to the point, but also the state of Israel was founded as the homeland of the Jewish people. It's supposed to serve its purpose to be the home of Jews. It's not a racism. That's what does it mean to be a nation state. That's what it means, like most countries in the world, a nation state. Some people look at nation states as racist. That's their problem. The majority of the states in the world are nation states. We have other countries in the world who have some kind of law of return to the people of their nation, but it's not unique, but it is unique for the Jewish people. There are many countries for many other nations. There is only one Jewish country, and to keep Israel to be the homeland, to serve its purpose as the Jewish state and the homeland of the Jewish people, I think the law of return is extremely important. Not a racist, no need to cancel it, but we must, the new addition that was added, it was not in the beginning of the law. It was added in the 70s for good reasons at the time, but became wrong as time went by. When it started, it was the majority that people came through the law of return were Jews, 100% Jews.
Jews, halachically Jewish, you mean?
I'm not even talking halachically. There was a big debate. Does the word how the law should treat people who are converting, if they are halachically Jews, not halachically Jews, but I'm talking about part of a Jewish community. What the law is, not what it should be, not what my dreams or other people's dreams. I'm talking about reality. And if someone made aliyah with his family, you said, okay, so all the family comes, even the non-Jew grandson. Okay, makes sense. It doesn't make sense when the majority of the people that come through the law of return are non-Jews, and the state of Israel focuses a lot of its efforts and budgets and manpower and ideas and thinking on getting people that are non-Jews. And in the meantime, people from the US or France that make aliyah, they come here and are frustrated because the state of Israel does not know how to focus the efforts to make their absorption in Israel more easy, more to the point, and it's all focused on getting people that it's much harder to get into society in Israel because they're non-Jews and they don't want to be Jews.
So if the law would change to your favor, the way that your party is advocating, what exactly does that look like? What changes?
So it will be basically the law as it was enacted in the beginning. The law as it was enacted in the beginning said that any Jew that wants to come to Israel can make Aliyah and become a citizen of Israel on the day he arrives, unlike people who do immigrate from other reasons, and they have other processes to get Israeli citizenship. But a Jew, it's his home, he comes and it's immediately can become a contributing member of Israeli society from day one because it's his home. That's the basic idea behind the Jewish state. When this law was enacted, Israel was 600,000 Jews living in. Today we are almost 7, 8, 9 million, depends how you count. We are and that what in few years the population in Israel more than 5 times doubled itself. Why? Because it was very clear that this is the homeland of the Jewish people, and Jews from all around the world came, and from day one they were eligible to vote in elections, to be a citizen, to become full members of Israeli society, and that's the purpose. So we should go to the original version.
Now, what about, Reform Jews, people who are Jewish by patrilineal instead of matrilineal descent, perhaps living in other areas of the diaspora, like the United States? Would they be considered Jewish? Who decides who is a Jew?
Okay, so of course that's always a question. It was a big question. Ben Gurion at the time of the enacting of the law sent a letter to 50 thinkers, Jewish thinkers, and got 50 different results, of course, because it's Jewish thinkers. What did you expect? But so it's a complicated issue. That's why he left it undecided. But and we can get to a debate what I think, but it doesn't really matter because there is a status quo. I personally don't want to try and change the status quo, and definitely on that. Any person that is identifying as a Jew, and that's why we don't have a problem with the U.S. jury, or from France, or from England, or from other places, because they're members of a Jewish community. As I said, the numbers are like that 97% of the people who make Aliyah from the U.S. are Jews, according to the law of return definition. Some of them are really spouses or grandsons or stuff like that, but it's a very small number. And a person that is a member of a Jewish community in the U.S. and wants to make Aliyah, to the best of my knowledge, no one asks if the community is Reform, or conservative, or Orthodox. He comes, he wants to make Aliyah, he makes Aliyah. Not a problem. When we talk about the numbers, and it's also percentage, but also in numbers. The number of non-Jews that came from Russia, non-Jews, I'm not talking halachically, non-Jews that came from Russia to Israel is more than all the Jews that came from the U.S. together. So Jews and non-Jews. So the number-wise, and that's of course the focus of the Aliyah efforts of the State of Israel, as I see it, should go to the people who come here because they want to live in the Jewish state, not because Israel has a better welfare system, but because they want to live in the Jewish state and be a partner with the big part, the growing part of the Jewish people that is working to build a stronger Israel.
Wonderful. So we're running out of time, so I just want to ask you one last question. What is it about the law of return that you want to make sure that all of our listeners abroad know? What is that one message that you feel is important for you and for your party, for everybody to know?
So the law of return, as I said, is to make sure that every Jew, whenever and wherever he is he or she in the world, they will know that the State of Israel, it's their home. They can come here. They will be accepted. I think during the Corona, we got a lot of people decided to make Aliyah because they were used to come to Israel and look at Israel as their second home, but they didn't do it formally. So the law of return allowed them to do it immediately. Even during Corona, Aliyah would never stop, because even when the State of Israel closed its border to Israeli citizens, it was closed to everyone. But the second it wasn't closed for Israeli citizens, Anyone who said, I want to make Aliyah, was able to start a process and come and make Aliyah, understanding this is their home. We cannot prevent people that wants to make Aliyah from coming to Israel because it's their home, and that's, I think, the strongest message of the law of return. In order for this message to be true and real, it has to focus on Jews, and other people can come through other means. There are other laws concerning this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like now to introduce Minister of Agriculture Oded Four, who is also a former Director General of the Ministry of Aliyah and Absorption. Welcome, Minister Four.
Hi, how are you?
Great. So I want to start by actually just asking you a little bit about Ukraine. There were thousands of Ukrainian refugees whose lives were saved because we had the law of return, a place for them to go. Would you say that the law worked well in this instance? Why? Why not?
First of all, I think that the law worked well, as it did for the last decade since 1970, the time when it changed, and then also a grandson of a Jew could do Aliyah to Israel. Of course, there are many bureaucracy that needs to be changed in the way that newcomers are absorbed in Israel, but the law of return, it's a core issue. I think it's a very important base for the fact that Jews are no longer refugees around the world. This is, I think, the main goal of the State of Israel, that since 1948, when the State of Israel was reestablished, a Jew or a son of a Jew or a grandson of a Jew will never be a refugee around the world because he has a home, it's the homeland of the Jewish people, and that's the State of Israel.
Amazing. Now, in the outgoing government, just talk a little bit about what you did and what Finance Minister Avigdor Lieberman did to help immigrants better acclimate to Israeli society and facilitate the conversions for those who wanted to convert.
First of all, I want to talk about the ability to absorb here in Israel. And I also serve as not only as the Minister of Agriculture, but also as the Minister of the Development for the Negev and the Galil. And I led a cabinet decision about absorption of newcomers, of Olim, to the Negev and the Galil. And actually a budget of 22 million shekels from the Ministry of Negev and Galil went for absorption of Aliyah in the Negev, in the Galil. That's a decision that we got just when the war between Russia and Ukraine started, in order to tell people, please come to the Negev and the Galil. You will get even more than the State of Israel gives to any Oleh that comes to Israel if you come to the Negev and the Galil. And we also helped the local authorities in order to absorb all those people. In addition, of course, the Finance Minister, Avigdor Lieberman, put a budget of 90 million shekels just a few months ago in order to help the Ministry of Absorption to absorb. And the government actually financed a lot of hotel rooms in order to help those people when they came to Israel without the authorization that they can do Aliyah. We said, okay, first of all, come to Israel. We will make the change and we will make all the checklists that we need to do here in Israel. We will do it fast, but in the meantime, you'll be able to sleep. You will have a place to sleep. You will have something to eat. And of course, we will take care of your children. I think that when you look at what Israel's done in the last year for the refugees from Ukraine, and I have to say many, many people that came also from Russia in the last year, you see that the State of Israel has done much, much more than many countries around the world in order to help the refugees of this war. I think that we can be very proud. About conversion and about doing the Giyur in Israel, unfortunately, we didn't succeed to legislate the law that will allow the local rabbis in Israel to do conversion as it was before 1993, I think, when it changed, and then only the chief rabbi could do the conversion. Unfortunately, this government didn't succeed in order to pass this legislation, and probably in the next government we will see some changes that I'm really worried about.
Interesting. Yeah. Speaking of what's going to happen as we move forward and we form a government in the coming days or weeks, your party, of course, is not expected to be part of that government, but your party wants to keep the law of return. The Jerusalem Post actually reported that Russians are coming here, taking money from the benefits and leaving. The Russians who want to come here are already here. So isn't it time to change the law? Why not make a change?
For people that want actually just to come, take the money and leave, and they can do it even if the law of return will be changed, and only a Jew by halacha will be able to do aliyah. I have to say that this is something which is unacceptable, and we actually don't give the money for the people that come and leave, and if they leave, they have a debt here that they owe to the state of Israel, and I think we cannot take the exceptional and making this is the rule about everybody. The majority of the Olim stays in Israel, build their homes in Israel, and of course help to the state of Israel to build itself. If I would look just on the over 1 million Olim that came from former Soviet Union since the 1990s, they changed the face of the state of Israel for the better. They helped us in security issues, in science, in research, in development, and in medicine. I can't imagine the state of Israel in 2022 without this majority of aliyah that came from former Soviet Union. So I have to say about the change of the law of return, I'm really worried about it. It's enough to take a look at the discussion that was in the Knesset in those days when they changed it and they allowed the grandson of a Jew to come to Israel also, and to read what our founding fathers told about the importance of the aliyah, of the immigrant absorption here in Israel, to learn and to understand what a mission we have now. And imagine for yourself, a son of a Jew that is now in Ukraine with 2 little kids, that they are not Jewish by halacha, maybe by some rabbis here in Israel, but when they went to school there, they were called Jid or Jews, and actually were hunted because of their Judaism. And now this guy that his father is a Jew, he has his mother is not Jewish by halacha, and he wants to come with his little kids to Israel. He can't come because those kids won't get a citizenship. This is a very important issue in the way that the state of Israel sees herself, and in the way that actually the Zionist movement that reestablished the state of Israel here on the land of Israel wanted this state to be. Unfortunately, I think that those that want to change the law now probably wouldn't let many heroes of the state of Israel to do aliyah decades ago. And I don't want to start and talk about all the issues that we already had. Also today we are celebrating the Sigd. It's the holiday of the Ethiopian Jews that came here. And even on this issue, we had a very long days of argument that actually Rabbi Ovadia Yosef cut this argument and said they are Jews. And he was suffered from a lot of shame from the Ashkenazi rabbis, and still he had the ability to stand as an important rabbi in the Halacha and to say they are Jews. Unfortunately, I don't see anyone like him that can make decisions like that, and changing the law of return will actually hurt the core of the state of Israel.
So last question, you talked about who decides who is halachically Jewish, who is Jewish when they come over here. Do they need to convert, not need to convert? How will they be accepted? Which law will they get, return or grant citizenship? Is it good for the state of Israel to bring non-Jews into the country who do not identify as Jewish? Why or why not?
First of all, I have to say they need to identify as Jewish. You need to understand that in the law of return, if you take a Jew that converted his Judaism and became a Christian, by halacha, he's a Jew. You can't become a Christian and then not to be a Jew. You're still a Jew. So he's Jewish by halacha. He can't come to Israel by the law of return because he converted his Judaism to Christian. And that's, I think, a very good example to show about the nationality of the state of Israel. If I'm talking about, for example, a son of a Jewish father, and not a Jewish mother. He sees himself as a Jew. He's identified with the state of Israel. He actually, his destiny is chained together with the destiny of the state of Israel and the people of Israel. So I think this is our obligation to absorb him in Israel and to help him. We need to understand the very historic moment that now we are in. We are now, after 2,000 years of exile for the Jewish people, and the Jewish people starts to return to his homeland. This is the situation. We think that after 74, almost 75 years that the state of Israel exists, we finished our mission. We did not. Still, the majority of the Jewish people doesn't live in the state of Israel. We need to absorb this aliyah. This is the mission. This is actually, I think, also a Jewish mission and a national mission for the state of Israel. And we can't do it by starting measuring some religious, how much are you religious or not religious? In the Jewish Judaism, the important thing is if you connected yourself to the Jewish people, to the state of Israel, and if you are standing in some conditions that we have had, and then I think then the state of Israel and the majority of the Jewish people will live here, and then will become what we wanted to be when we reestablish the state of Israel. We can start talking about this, but this is not the time. We are now still in the process. We need to absorb more and more aliyah. It's important for our security. It's important for our economy. It's important for the development of the state of Israel as the homeland of the Jewish people.
Wonderful. So, Minister Foer, is there anything I should have asked you that I didn't, or anything you wanted to add that you think people should know?
I think that people should know that looking at the Jewish people is not only from the point of view of one government or the other. We need to look upon the history and upon the important mission that we have here in the state of Israel after 2,000 years of exile. And from that point, I see the Jews, the Jewish people, the Jews that lives abroad, that lives around the world, as partners, as a whole, and the connection between the diaspora and Israel is important also for the development of the state of Israel. So I'm really worried about the actually now are abroad in the diaspora, and I think that this is a point that we need to strengthen, and we need to understand that we have an obligation for our history and for our future to start thinking together about the whole Jewish people, and not to let some extremists to decide about the destiny of the Jewish people, because we are in a very unique period in history, and we have a mission and we have an obligation for the history and the future of the Jewish people, and we need to do it together, the Jews that lives in Israel and the one that doesn't.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Minister Foer.
Thank you.
If there is a single raison d'etre behind the establishment of the State of Israel, it is the integrating of the exiles. If there is one piece of enactment that makes the Jewish state what it is the law of return. The right of Jews to return to their ancient homeland was first announced in the Declaration of the Establishment of the State of Israel. It was promulgated in the law of return and recently raised to constitutional level in Basic Law Israel, the nation state of the Jewish people. When presenting the law to the Knesset, David Ben-Gurion stated, "This law does not provide for the state to bestow the right to settle upon the Jew living abroad. It affirms that this right is inherent in him from the very fact of being a Jew. The state does not grant the right of return to the Jews of the diaspora. This right preceded the state, this right built the state. Its source is to be found in the historic and never broken connection between the Jewish people and the homeland. In recent years, the issue of the right of aliyah of offspring of Jews came to the fore, around what is known as the grandchild's clause. This debate overshadows a fundamental controversy. Who is the Jew that is entitled to immigrate to Israel? For 2 decades, this was a moot question. However, in 1970, the Knesset intervened and declared that for the purposes of this law, Jew means a person who was born to a Jewish mother or has become converted to Judaism and who is not a member of another religion. This amendment was enacted in order to overcome the Supreme Court decision in the Shalit case. In that case, the court ordered the registration of children of a Jewish IDF officer as Jews. It should be noted that by being children of an Israeli citizen, and more so, being born in Israel, the decision did not touch upon the issues of Aliyah and citizenship, but merely on registration with the population registrar. This provision was complemented by a further provision. The rights of a Jew under this law and the rights of an Ole under the nationality law, as well as the rights of an Ole under any other enactment, are also vested in a child and grandchild of a Jew, the spouse of a Jew, the spouse of a child of a Jew, and the spouse of a grandchild of a Jew, except for person who has been a Jew and has voluntarily changed his religion. Ironically, for the first time, Aliyah rights have been expressly granted to non-Jews. This is rather an oversimplistic approach. Practically, it extended the meaning of Jews beyond the halachic definition. This conclusion can be inferred from the fact that the Knesset rejected attempts to limit the scope of people who have been converted to halachic conversion. It may well be stated that for the purpose of the right of return, the definition of who is a Jew is sociological rather than halachic. Indeed, if we stick to the halachic framework, we would have given up on a big part of people who regard themselves Jewish and are seen as such by their communities. This inference flows, moreover, directly from the fact that the Knesset expressly provided that it shall be immaterial whether or not a Jew, by whose right the right of Aliyah is claimed, is still alive, and whether or not he has immigrated to Israel. It should be noted that while the Haredi parties were most concerned with the issue of conversion, they were less preoccupied with the grandchild clause. This clause came under attack following the mass immigration from the Soviet Union in the 70s and 80s that enriched the Israeli population tremendously, and more so following the Aliyah from both Russia and Ukraine in wake of the Russia-Ukraine war. This may be a result of the growing proportion of Olim who did not correspond to the halachic definition, coupled with growing conservative attitudes among members of the Knesset. Ironically, if King David's great-grandmother, Ruth the Moabite, knocked on our doors these days, her only visa would have been via the grandson's clause as a widow of an Israelite. In this regard, it is worth turning to the justification extended to the grandson clause by Shlomo Ben Meir from the National Religious Party, who as chair of the Constitution, Law and Justice Committee submitted the 1970 amendment. He justified the extension of the right of Aliyah to descendants of Jews, relating it to their closeness to our nation. Hope has moreover been expressed that by immigrating to Israel, they will assimilate into the Jewish people. Unfortunately, this hope did not pass the walls of the rabbinate. Moshe Chaim Shapira, head of the NRP party, bitterly complained. The chief rabbinate does not understand that we are not living in some village in Europe. We have our own country now, and we are faced with many problems. The rabbinate is subject to influence that are tying up its hands. For thousands of years, we have known how to make adjustments and how to be lenient. However, here in Israel, those who want to make things tougher just go ahead and do so. This reality puts the new olim at a limbo. Marriage and divorce in Israel are subject to religious law and enforced by religious Orthodox institutions. This leaves those who made Aliyah under the grandson clause, as well as people who have been converted to Judaism by Reform and conservative rabbis, with no remedy. This is a dynamite that is due to explode if not solved one way or another. Concern is sometimes expressed that the olim included in the grandchild clause might misuse the law of return. They may grab the benefits of the Aliyah and move to another country. This might be a real concern. However, no proof has been forwarded that this phenomenon is more common among Jews' relatives than among halachic Jews. Moreover, the solution lies in a different venue. The right of return is granted to Jews and to Jewish relatives who have expressed their desire to settle in Israel. It might be impossible to supervise the intentions of prospective olim. However, it should be possible to supervise the monetary benefits extended to them and make sure that they are not being misused.
We'll now hear the opinion of the former Chief Justice Aharon Barak.
במסגרת הדיון על חוק השבות, תש"י 1950, אני מתמקד בהיבטים החוקתיים של חוק השבות. היבטים אלה הם בעיקרם שלושה. האחד, מהו מעמדו החוקתי של חוק השבות? האם הוא מהווה נורמה חוקתית או נורמה תת-חוקתית? אם המסקנה היא כי חוק השבות הוא נורמה תת-חוקתית, ורק אז מתעוררת השאלה השנייה, שעניינה הוא האם חוק השבות פוגע בנורמה חוקתית בדבר שוויון. אם המסקנה היא שחוק השבות פוגע בזכות החוקתית לשוויון, מתעוררת השאלה השלישית, שעניינה הוא האם יש צידוק לפגיעה הזאת. ואני אעמוד על כל אחד משלושת ההיבטים האלה, ואני אפתח בהיבט הראשון. ההיבט הראשון הוא כאמור המעמד הנורמטיבי חוקתי של חוק השבות. נקודת המוצא שלנו היא הקביעה בפרשת בנק המזרחי המאוחד, לפיה אני מצטט, הכנסת משתמשת בסמכותה המכוננת כאשר היא נותנת ביטוי חיצוני לכך בשם הנורמה ורואה בו חוק יסוד ללא ציון שנת החקיקה, גמר ציות. הודגש בפרשת בנק המזרחי המאוחד כי גישה צורנית זו תואמת את הניסיון הפרלמנטרי. צוין גם כי הכנסת השכילה בעבר לייחד את הדיבור חוק יסוד אך לפרקיה של החוקה על פי החלטת הררי. כן צוין כי מבחן צורני זה הוא פשוט להפעלה, הוא מעניק ביטחון וודאות. מבחן צורני זה שכאמור בו אנחנו משתמשים מאז פרשת בנק המזרחי המאוחד, מבחן צורני זה מעורר קשיים לעניין דבר חקיקה שנתקבל בכנסת לפני החלטת הררי, כלומר לפני ה-13/6/1950. דברי חקיקה אלה, ובראשם חוק המעבר מתש"ט 1949, שהוא מיום 17/2/1949, לא נקטו כלל במבחן הצורני, שכן הוא לא היה קיים אותה עת. אכן בפרשת בנק המזרחי המאוחד העליתי קושי זה, וביקשתי להשאירו בצריך עיון. תוך שציינתי, אני מצטט, אני נוטה לדעה כי קיימת חקיקה חוקתית פרי הסמכות המכוננת גם לפני החלטת הררי. גמר ציטוט. על פי מבחן צורני זה, הנורמות המשפטיות המעוגנות בחוק השבות אינן בעלות מעמד חוקתי, ומעמדן הוא תת-חוקתי. זאת משום שחוק השבות חוקק ב6 ליולי 1950. זאת כחודש לאחר החלטת הררי, מה-13 ליוני 1950. לכאורה ניתן היה לצפות לכך, כי אם הכנסת רואה בחוק השבות נורמה חוקתית, היא תכנה אותה חוק יסוד, כפי שעשתה שנים לאחר מכן, עם כינונו של חוק היסוד הראשון, הוא חוק יסוד הכנסת. על כך ניתן להשיב, ולדעתי תשובה ניצחת, כי בסמוך לאחר החלטת הררי, טרם גובשה ההבחנה בין חוק רגיל לבין חוק יסוד. על כן ניתן לשייך את חוק השבות לקטגוריה של החוקים שהתקבלו בסמוך לאחר החלטת הררי. אם גישה זאת תתקבל, תתעורר השאלה כמובן, מהו קו הגבול בין החוקים החוקתיים שהתקבלו לאחר החלטת הררי, ושהמבחן הצורני לא חל בהם, לבין החוקים החוקתיים שהתקבלו לאחר החלטת הררי, והמבחן הצורני חל בהם. כך למשל, מה דין חוק שיווי זכויות האישה מתשי"א 1951, שהתקבל ב-26 ליולי 1951. בסופו של עניין, אני נוטה להשקפה שחקיקת הכנסת בסמוך להחלטת הררי, בין לפניה ובין לאחריה, עשויה להיחשב כחקיקה חוקתית על פי תוכנה. במסגרת זו יכללו כל אותן פקודות וחוקים שעיצבו את תפיסות היסוד של מדינת ישראל. על כן לא רק חוק המעבר, אלא גם חוק שיווי זכויות האישה ייחשב כנורמה חוקתית. יהיה עלינו לקבוע את אמות המידה על פיהן נקבע אופי החוקתי של החוק. תהיינה אמות מידה אלה אשר תהיינה, חוק השבות בוודאי כלול בהם. הטעם לכך הוא שחוק השבות קובע הסדר בסיסי באשר לאופייה של ישראל כמדינה יהודית. קשה לחשוב על חוק בסיסי יותר ממנו. על פי גישה זאת, דין חוק השבות כדין חוק יסוד. כל שינוי בחוק השבות צריך להיעשות בחוק יסוד. וכל פגיעה בחוק היסוד, בחוק שיווי זכויות, בחוק השבות, צריך להיעשות על פי פסקת ההגבלה, הקובעת, אין פוגעים בזכויות על פי חוק יסוד זה, אלא בחוק ההולם את ערכיה של מדינת ישראל, שנועד לתכלית ראויה, ובמידה שאינה עולה על הנדרש. אני עובר לשאלה השנייה. בהנחה שחוק השבות הוא חוק תת-חוקתי, האם חוק השבות פוגע בזכות חוקתית? החוקה של ישראל מכירה בזכות החוקתית לכבוד האדם. בית המשפט העליון קבע כי הזכות לכבוד האדם כוללת בחובה את הזכות לאי האפליה, כלומר לשוויון. חוק השבות מכיר בזכותו של כל יהודי לעלות ארצה. האין בכך אפליה כלפי מי שאינו יהודי? על פי פסיקתו של בית המשפט העליון, האפליה קיימת רק כלפי מי ששייך לאותה קבוצת שוויון. היקפה של קבוצת השוויון נקבע כמובן על פי התכלית המונחת ביסוד החוק. קבוצת השוויון לעניין העלייה לארץ נקבעת על פי תכליתו של חוק השבות, תכלית המעוגנת בהכרזת העצמאות, לפיה מדינת ישראל נועדה לממש את הזכות להגדרה עצמית של העם היהודי. על פי תכלית זו, לא יהודי המבקש להיכנס לישראל אינו חלק מקבוצת השוויון שעניינה עלייה לישראל. כמובן, על פי גישה זו, כל מי שמצוי בישראל, יהודי ומי שאינו יהודי, הוא חלק מקבוצת השוויון לעניין כל זכויות האזרח והאדם. כמו כן, גישה זו מכירה בזכות של המיעוט הערבי לזכויות הנתונות לכל מיעוט במדינה דמוקרטית, כגון הזכות לתרבות והזכות לשפה. על הבחנה זו בין זכות היהודי לשבות לבין זכות מי שאינו יהודי לשוויון בתוך המדינה, עמדתי בפרשת קעדאן, אני מצטט. משהוקמה המדינה, הרי היא נוהגת שוויון בין אזרחיה. מדינת ישראל היא מדינה יהודית אשר בתוכה חיים מיעוטים, ובהם המיעוט הערבי. כל אחד מבני המיעוטים החיים בישראל נהנה משוויון זכויות גמור. אמת. מפתח מיוחד לכניסה לבית ניתן לבני העם היהודי. אך משמצוי האדם בבית כאזרח כדין, הוא נהנה מזכויות שוות כמו לכל בני הבית האחרים. גמר ציטוט. על בסיס ההנחה כי חוק השבות כשלעצמו אינו פוגע בזכות חוקתית, יכולנו לסיים את דיוננו כאן. אשר על כן, מעבר לנדרש, נמשיך על בסיס ההנחה כי יש בו בחוק השבות כדי לפגוע בזכות החוקתית לשוויון. והשאלה שאנחנו נציג עכשיו היא, היש בכך כדי לפגוע בחוקיותו של חוק השבות. כל הזכויות החוקתיות בישראל הן זכויות יחסיות. ניתן לפגוע בהן אם יש צידוק לכך. כללי הצידוק קבועים במסגרת פסקת ההגבלה. האם יש צידוק לפגיעתו של חוק השבות בזכות לשוויון? מקובל על הכל כי בית המשפט אינו מוסמך לקבוע כי דין ישן, כלומר חוק שחוקק לפני מועד כניסתו לתוקף של חוק כבוד האדם וחירותו, אינו תקף בשל פגיעה ללא צידוק בזכות חוקתית המעוגנת בו. דבר זה נקבע בסעיף 10 לחוק יסוד כבוד האדם וחירותו, וזהו ניסוחו של אותו סעיף 10. אין בחוק יסוד זה כדי לפגוע בתוקפו של דין שהיה קיים ערב תחילתו של חוק היסוד. ברור על כן, כי תוקפו של חוק השבות אינו יכול לעלות בפני בית המשפט. הכנסת מוסמכת כמובן לבטלו, אם היא סבורה שאין לו צידוק. מכאן שהשאלה העולה היא זאת, האם על הכנסת לעשות כן? האם יש לחוק השבות צידוק? לדעתי, אין לשנות את חוק השבות, אף אם הוא פוגע בזכותו של הלא יהודי לשוויון, וזאת בשל ההוראה כי כל יהודי זכאי לעלות ארצה. הטעם לגישתי זו הוא כי לפגיעתו של חוק השבות בשוויון יש צידוק. המבחן לצידוק נקבע על פי האיזון הראוי בין החשיבות החברתית היחסית להבטיח את זכותו של היהודי לעלות לישראל, לבין החשיבות החברתית היחסית להבטיח שוויון ללא יהודים. בהתחשב בהוראותיה של הכרזת העצמאות, ההוראות בעלייה לישראל כפתרון לבעיית העם היהודי, נראה לי כי האיזון הראוי הוא בהכרח בזכות העלייה של היהודים לישראל, ובזכות לשוויון של כל מי שמצוי בישראל מזה. אם חוק השבות מבסס את ערכיה של מדינת ישראל כמדינה יהודית, תוך שמירה על זכויותיהם של הלא יהודים, הוא מכיר בשוויון של כל אדם בתוך ישראל, לרבות בזכותו של המיעוט המצוי בה, הזכאי לזכויות המקובלות. באחת הפרשות אמרתי כך, אין אפוא כל סתירה בין ערכיה של מדינת ישראל כמדינה יהודית ודמוקרטית לבין השוויון גמור בין כל אזרחיה. נהפוך הוא, שוויון הזכויות בין כל בני האדם בישראל, תהא דעתם אשר תהא, ותהא לאומיותם אשר תהא, נגזרת מערכיה של מדינת ישראל כמדינה יהודית ודמוקרטית. הנה כן רבותיי, הגעתי לסיכומו של דבר. לגישתי יש טיעון חזק התומך בתפיסה כי חוק השבות הוא חוק יסוד המצוי ברמה החוקתית מעל לחקיקה הרגילה. ועל כן שינוי בחוק השבות מחייב חוק יסוד, הגבלה על הוראה של בחוק השבות מחייבת צידוק על פי פסקת ההגבלה. גם אם אנחנו דוחים את דעתי זאת, אין בחוק השבות כדי לפגוע בזכות החוקתית לשוויון. גם אם תתקבל הדעה כי חוק השבות פוגע בזכות החוקתית לשוויון. אין בכך כדי להשפיע על חוקתיותו, וזאת משני טעמים. האחד, משום שחוק השבות הוא דין ישן שמוצא מכלל הביקורת השיפוטית. האחר, משום שלחוק השבות יש צידוק, שכן הוא מבטא את ערכיה של ישראל כמדינה יהודית ודמוקרטית. לא נתנו דעתנו לפרטיו של חוק השבות. אין בגישתנו באשר למעמדו החוקתי של חוק השבות כדי למנוע את הצורך בבחינת פרטיו של החוק. כך למשל יש מקום לבחון אם ההגדרה של יהודי, ההגדרה אומרת, מי שנולד לאם יהודייה או שנתגייר והוא אינו בן דת אחרת, האם ההוראה הזאת דורשת שינוי? בדומה, האם ההסדר המצוי בחוק השבות, שגם נכד של יהודי זכאי לעלייה, דורש תיקון. אם בדרך של הרחבה ואם בדרך של צמצום. שאלות אלה קשות הן והן חורגות מהמסגרת החוקתית שהשבתי לעצמי. אני עסקתי בשאלה החוקתית, לא עסקתי בשאלה התת-חוקתית של שינויים בתוך הוראות חוק השבות, אם כי כל שינוי שהתבקש בין להרחבה ובין לצמצום צריך לקיים את התפיסה שהוא צריך לעשות בחוק יסוד, בהנחה שחוק השבות הוא חוק יסוד, והוא צריך לקיים את הדרישות של פסקת ההגבלה. תודה רבה.
The next panel is how the worldwide Jewish community sees the future of post-Soviet Jewry. We'll be joined by Malcolm Hanlein, Eric Fingerhut, and it will be moderated by Mayan Hoffman.
I now have the privilege to do an interview with the Vice Chair of the Conference of Presidents of major American Jewish organizations and the Chairman of the Abraham Spirits, among so many other titles, the one and only Malcolm Hanlein. Thanks so much for being with us.
My pleasure, always.
Great. So I want to jump right into the interview and talk about what's going on with the Russia-Ukraine war and the reaction of the American Jewish community. The North American Jewish community really rallied around the Jews of Ukraine and Russia when the war broke out. Talk to me a little bit about the financial aid provided and the efforts of your organization to help these communities.
Well, immediately, representatives of the conference were in Ukraine, were on the border to see firsthand what was going on. Our member organizations did amazing things, and I think history will record this as a very glorious chapter of the response of Jews. Kol Yisrael Arevim Zeh Lezev was lived up to in the response, both financial and political, and in every other realm where American Jews stood up and spoke up and gave generously. Many people volunteered to go to Ukraine and to the neighboring countries to help with the absorption of people who were fleeing the country. I would say that the amounts of money raised are staggering and will become more clear as we go on. And it's not just from the Jewish community, but many from the non-Jewish community, led by groups like CUFI, who responded by paying for 9 flights of Ukrainian Jews to Israel. I think it crosses the panoply. You know, there is the media has focused so much on some of the criticism of Israel coming from certain Ukrainian officials and others that they haven't responded Israel's response is so disproportionate to any other country. The amount, the number of people that they took in, the aid that they gave, defensive equipment that they gave, the humanitarian assistance is staggering. And I think many of the countries, including our own, can't measure up to what Israel did and has done. So I think it's a proud chapter. It's a statement of concern that we have learned the lesson that never again, that we will never leave Jewish communities isolated or in danger and not respond to their needs.
Incredible. Now, this for you is not really the first time that you've had to take action for the Soviet Jews. You were actually quite integral in the post-Soviet Aliyah in the late 80s and the early 90s, and really played a key role in the efforts to impact the Jewish community back then. Talk a little bit about your work and the impact it has today as we see another war raging in the area.
So I had the privilege from the time I was a teenager to be involved in the Soviet Jewry movement, amongst the first, going back even to the 60s. And let alone I came to New York in 70 to start the New York Conference on Soviet Jewry. I was arrested in Russia when I went on a shlichut there to Kishinev and Chernovitz. So I have a long history of involvement in the Soviet Jewry movement, which I think was really the fulfillment of the pledge that we learned the lessons of the Jews of silence. Elie Wiesel wrote the book about Russian Jews, and he called it the Jews of silence. They were the Jews who were kept silent. World Jewry were the Jews of silence. And I think that changed with the Six-Day War, many other things, of course, in the interim, but especially the heroism of Russian Jews. And then we were faced with the challenge as Jews started to come out of their absorption in Israel and in other countries. And I think we learned many lessons about it and how to sustain that over the years, including up until today, when we see the new immigration of Jews from Russia, especially not just the Ukraine, to Israel, very significant numbers. And I think the year-end reports will indicate really record numbers of Olim coming from Russia, whether as permanent representative residents or not, but the numbers are very, very large and in many tens of thousands. So I think that we look back and learn the lessons about how to absorb them properly, what kind of commitments can be made to help facilitate, especially for young people coming into Israel, to a new society. It's not as bad as it was then when they were escaping with just the clothes on their backs. Although it is true of Ukrainian Jews, I went to visit, to meet one plane early on in the war when they arrived at Ben Gurion Airport, and there were 168 people on the plane. There wasn't one suitcase. There was no car going up to unload the luggage. What they carried is what they had. Russian Jews are not in that same circumstance. They are coming, many of them have been successful in the interim period. So I think the needs and the responses will have to be specific to each population as it arrives. But we cannot and we must not ever put down our guard. We are an insurance policy, the Jews of the diaspora, for the communities there to help Israel, which makes possible the rescue of the Jews. I had the privilege of being involved in the rescue of Syrian Jews, Iraqi Jews, Iranian Jews, Yemeni Jews, Ethiopian Jews. We negotiated with the American government to get the Boschwitz mission to Addis Ababa at that critical moment, and the negotiations with the Assad regime. So it's a combination that diaspora Jewry has to use its capacity. It doesn't match what an independent Jewish state with an army and air force with the resources that a state has, but the combination really lives up to our responsibility of arevut, a responsibility for one another.
Wow, it's so lovely. But, I have to ask, the war started in February. It's been a number of months, and it doesn't seem like the war is in the headlines or being talked about the way that it was, of course, right at the beginning. Do you really feel that the American Jewish community can stick with this and stand behind yet another wave of Aliyah from Russia, from the former Soviet Union?
I certainly think there's a strong emotional tie. I think that there is still the commitment to be of assistance. But you are right. We have become so accustomed that we want everything over in 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and most a miniseries, nothing longer. And I think that we really have to teach people that that's not the way the world works, that you have to have both patience and you have to have sustained ability. And you're also right that it doesn't look like this war is going to wind up very quickly. It's going to be with us, I think, for an extended period, whether a hot war or cold, cooler war, but it's going to be with us and the needs are going to be sustained. So we have to be in this for the long haul. What I've seen till now is that American Jews do remain committed, certainly the structure of our community. You have organizations on the ground who do great work, and I think that they are not in any way slackening those activities.
And when we think about Aliyah, I mean, there's a lot of investment, as you mentioned, in helping to bring the Jews into Israel if they so want to come here. Tell me, I mean, is that the most important, or is it equally or more important to be investing in allowing the Jews to stay in Europe, to stay on the ground safely?
You know, it's not one or the other. I think that we have to be prepared to assist. It's a decision they have to make about where they're going to go, whether they will stay and maintain Jewish life in Ukraine or in Russia. We can't tell them what to do. It's their lives that are on the line. I don't know anybody who would want to take responsibility if, God forbid, something happens that we can't predict or anticipate now. So it's a decision that people themselves have to make and the communities have to make. We can advise them, we can guide them. I believe that the future is in Israel and that as many people as possible should go, because we can't guarantee the ability or the stability in the future in some of these countries. And the decision has to be a rational one. It can't be one where they just go to Israel for an interim period and then leave. It should be a commitment to their future and where they see themselves and their children and their grandchildren. And I think that one could raise a lot of questions about what the prospects are in some of the countries that we've discussed.
Interesting. And just last question. When we think about what was going on in Russia, for example, before the war, there was really a very strong internal network of prominent business people who were able to take care of the people who had needs in the community. Obviously, some of that has shifted. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how much of an impact that is having and the role that now the international Jewish community needs to play to fill the void, as well as any impact that's potentially having on the greater Jewish community who might have also been benefiting from some of those philanthropists.
So it is true that they built a remarkable network, the domestic community, Chabad, others who have been all over the former Soviet Union and especially in Russia. Those institutions by and large remain. We know that there have been some who have left and certainly others that are under tremendous pressure. And the financial needs are very great because they can't get assistance. And in Ukraine, the communities are also paying a very heavy price in terms of the financial situation, the demands on it. There are Jews who have been caught in conflict situations as well. So we have to help adjust them to meet the challenges as they change and as they sustain over a period of time. But I think the infrastructure is there and we should utilize it rather than trying to create new infrastructure. Those are the experts. They know what the needs are. They know what the lines for food are in their communities. But the strain on the community is great. And I know that some charities have told me that major donors have said, look, this year we gave to the Ukraine and to the conflict situation zones, and therefore don't have the money to give to some of the domestic concerns that they contributed to before or other causes. So it does have an impact, and there is not a limitless amount of money. And when we're talking, and I'm saying this, that much more than $100 million was spent by the American Jewish community this year in the Ukraine situation. And it could be a multiple of that. I know many organizations that really undertook remarkable efforts. It wasn't as coordinated as it should have been. It wasn't as organized, and people challenged the accountability of some of it. But by and large, we know that the need was so overwhelming, and that the monies that went in there did help alleviate some of the crisis. But over time, we have to make a decision where the dollars go and how we are able to assure that they're spent to the maximum benefit, and that the accountability is there, the responsibility is there, so that we retain the confidence of donors and at the same time use our dollars to maximum benefit so we don't punish other communities because of the demands that we see in the Ukraine today and Russia.
Wow, amazing. Well, thank you so much for your insight. I really appreciate you joining us today, and hopefully we'll be joined next time in an interview to talk about better and more exciting and happy times. Thank you so much.
Well, it can't be more exciting times than now, I think, but you're right, it could be happier. Yeah. And I do hope that we can continue to look at it, but we should recognize that and appreciate the remarkable work of the people who are on the front lines, the organizations that are on the front lines of this effort. People took great risks, especially in the early years, going to the border, taking people out, taking out people from orphanages, elderly people, Holocaust survivors, and others. So I think it will end up being a very positive chapter in the Jewish history, and we see the chesed and tzedakah that has been manifest are really remarkable.
Wow, well, amen to that. Thanks so much. Take care. Now I have the privilege to speak with Eric Fingerhut, President and CEO of Jewish Federations of North America. Welcome, Eric.
Great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So we're going to be speaking about the subjects that are near and dear to the EAJC, which are topics related to the community in Eastern Europe, of course. And I wanted to speak specifically about what's going on now with the war and the efforts that have happened through the federations. The North American Jewish community has really rallied around the Jews of Ukraine and Russia as the war broke out. Tell me a little bit about the financial aid and specifically the federation's financial aid. How much money has been given over the past 10 so months, and where has it gone?
So there's a deep, deep connection between Jewish communities in North America and, of course, world Jewry. I mean, one of the things that we've pride ourselves on is being the global Jewish 911, making sure that we're there to respond. And so a part of the response to your question is to make sure that you understand and your listeners understand that the commitments that we make to this work are made year in and year out to build and maintain the infrastructure of response and rescue. The way I like to describe it is we don't build a fire department when our house is on fire. We build the fire department to be ready to respond to a fire, and you maintain it, and you make sure the equipment is maintained and that the staff is trained and all that. So our annual support for the Jewish Agency for Israel and the Joint Distribution Committee, the Joint Jewish Agency for Israel for Rescue and Aliyah, and JDC for humanitarian support on the ground, which is totals over $100 million a year in core unrestricted support year in and year out from the collection of 146 Jewish federations, is what enabled both the Jewish Agency and JDC to be on the ground when the war broke out, ready to respond, to grab that first wave of refugees and bring people to safety. So we're enormously proud of having supported that infrastructure that was in place with the expertise to be able to respond. Then, of course, over the last 10 months, there have been additional costs, extra planes and extra trains and extra hotels and buses and security needs and food and all of the things, medicine, all the things that come with it. To that end, the collection of Jewish federations has raised now over $78 million since the war broke out in additional emergency funding above and beyond what we do as our core support for this emergency system every year. Probably 20 million or so of that has gone to the Jewish Agency for additional support for this wave of Aliyah, which from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, other places is now the largest number of Olim since the peak of the Soviet Jewry movement. Another 20 million or so for additional humanitarian needs to JDC, and then lots of other wonderful organizations, Chabad and others, who've done so much in Israel Aid, Hatzalah, have done so much important emergency response work. And I have to say that from a historic perspective, the idea that really every Jew in Eastern Europe that was been a victim of this war has had the Jewish world reach out to them and help them is something that we're enormously proud of and gratified by.
Now, I don't know how much you remember, but, back in the late 80s and early 90s, of course, we had the previous Aliyah, the post-Soviet era, and the Jewish community rallied around then. Are you able to compare and contrast at all what happened then, what happened now? Do you think we're more organized as a Jewish community today, or just, business as usual?
Well, certainly the memories of that, of the Soviet Aliyah, are very important to our community. There's a sense of great historic, satisfaction and pride at that. Since I wasn't, and most of our leaders today were not the leaders then. There's a few still, but most of us feel very much a historic responsibility that, I sit in this chair today. It's my turn. It's our turn. And the bar was set very high for us by our predecessors on this issue. So yes, it's a motivator for sure. But of course, you also have to recognize the ways in which this is different, and that is that this really is a war crisis. The Soviet Jewry movement, as you know, was a long political movement that led finally to the doors being opened and the wall coming down. This was something that came on suddenly, but has been a very, very high level of need. And that's why I think the reason why I wanted to emphasize to you in my previous answer, the issue of the ongoing core infrastructure is because, look, year in and year out, when we're working to keep that infrastructure of rescue and humanitarian relief, Global 911 going, people say, oh, why do you need it? Why are we doing this again? And this is a reminder of why we do it year in and year out, and why it's critical to have that infrastructure in place.
For sure. Now, I understand that there were also some boots on the ground, that there were representatives from the federations and otherwise that actually went to the area to help. Can you tell me a little bit about those efforts and what that looked like?
Sure. Well, two things. One was we brought a lot of people, a lot of our leadership from across, dozens and dozens of communities to the border to see the work going on. Because look, let's face it, the funds we raise, and the support we provide are coming from tens of thousands of donors across 146 federated communities plus dozens of other smaller communities. So to have people who personally witnessed it and were able to go back and describe it to their communities was really important. That's number one. Number two, and I think this is probably what you meant in what you were referring to in your question, is we saw a need for volunteer assistance. We were talking to our partners at the Jewish Agency, at JDC and others, and they described how their staff was just overwhelmed and, of course, becoming exhausted. And we asked, do you need help? And the answer was yes. But they were very careful. They said, look, and if we think about this, we all know that just people coming in to volunteer, unless it's really strategically planned and developed, can actually create more work for the people on the ground than less. And so we developed, in partnership with the Jewish Agency and JDC, we call a volunteer hub. And there were three main criteria for the first wave of volunteers. The first was we needed people who spoke the language, because to be on the front lines and be helping refugees and such, if you don't speak the language, it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be helpful. Secondly, you need people with some skills, social relevant skills, social work skills, or logistical skills, etc. And then third, it couldn't just come for a day and leave, because by the time they got acclimated, they wouldn't be effective. So they had to be able to stay a week or more. And so over the course of these last few months, we've mobilized over 100 professionals from within the Jewish community who speak Russian, Ukrainian, who have these kinds of skills, who we've helped go to the border and to the other places where refugees have been, and provide really important additional help. And we're looking to expand that. And of course, there will be some roles that don't require language, warehousing and other things that we can expand the number of people who can help. But we're very proud of this volunteer effort, and hope that people out there who would like to help, we can match up to real need.
Interesting. And let's think a little bit also about the divide in terms of where the money was going with regards to helping the community on the ground, being able to stay and survive and thrive there, and how much was put toward Aliyah, which, if either, is the more important thrust. Do we want the Jewish community to move to Israel where we know that they will be safer, or are we equally as invested in letting them make that choice to stay despite the challenges that might exist?
Yeah, so again, we have some historical experience. You mentioned the Soviet era, and of course that was an issue then. Do they go to Russia? Do they go to Israel? Do they go to other places? We have some historical experience with that, but there was an added level here, which is, as you know, most of the early refugees that came out of Ukraine were women and children whose husbands and fathers were staying back because of the draft laws and because of the sense of obligation to participate in the military effort, and so a lot of those people didn't want to go anywhere permanent. They wanted to stay in neighboring countries nearby in the hopes that they could soon be reunited with their families. Also, this immense sense of patriotism that has arisen in Ukraine, rightfully so, of course, as a result of the resistance against what the world thought would have been a swift victory by Russian forces, and has, of course, turned out to be quite the opposite. Means that a lot of people want to stay in Ukraine, or they want to go back if they left, temporarily to seek safety. So there's even more of a balance here. We want to make sure that everyone knows that Israel is an option for them. And of course, as we know, tens of thousands have gone to Israel, but we've made that possible through our work with the Jewish Agency and the government. But also, we know that many people want to stay for good and legitimate reasons, and that's why the humanitarian effort, on the ground has been so important. I do need to say two other quick things. One is, unfortunately, the humanitarian need is now getting worse, because Russia's clearly targeting the civilian infrastructure, energy, heat, etc., electricity, as the winter sets in, just as a tactic of war, a weapon of war. They're targeting civilian infrastructure. So the humanitarian need is real, and we expect and are looking to do even more to be helpful there than has already, on top of what has already been done. And then the second, of course, is Russia. There's actually been more olim from Russia this year than Ukraine. And it's discussed less for good reasons, but we have every reason to think that those numbers are going to continue to grow, and that the good and sufficient reasons why people are going to want to make Aliyah are going to continue to grow at least for the coming year.
Amazing. Now, think you actually mentioned something interesting about people not necessarily going to Israel. When we look back at the previous Aliyah and the previous exit of the Jews from the former Soviet Union, they didn't all go to Israel then either, even though there were, of course, so many, and there was an infusion of brain into the country that had a tremendous and positive impact on the state of Israel. But that also was true in America, where many Russian Jews or Jews from the former Soviet Union went as well. I'm wondering if you can just tell me a little bit about the impact that the post-Soviet community had on American Jewry as opposed to Israel.
Yeah, it's a great story, and actually, the story's still unfolding. Really, the young adults, people came over as children, are now, are becoming, leading professionals, and are really fully integrating, into our communities, and so, we see a very strong, growing leadership cadre of lay leaders and professionals who came over as children as part of the Aliyah from the Soviet Union. For example, my new colleague, our new Federation executive in Dallas, is a young Russian-speaking immigrant, came with his family. Our our senior vice president for public affairs for the entire Jewish Federation system, came from Ukraine after the fall of the Soviet Union when she was 6. So we're starting to see this level of, really top communal professionals who experience that. So it's a huge, enormous benefit to our community and to our society, but also they then are able to help us understand how better to integrate, the Russian Jews into our community, and that's a priority for us at the Jewish Federations. And also, look, many have families. I mean, we live in such a mobile time, right? We can hop on planes and go to Israel, and we're connected instantly on social media, and so many have a family in Israel and family in North America, and move back and forth. Somebody comes here to go to college, goes there to serve in the army, goes back and forth, and come on shlichut, and it's really a dynamic, increasingly dynamic environment. And look, I think historians are going to study the Soviet Aliyah, both the impact on Israel and America for generations to come. But we're just, I think this now generation of these professionals who came over as kids is a really fascinating topic. You should do a whole show just on that, because there's some great people to talk to.
Wonderful. Well, this was very interesting. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. And now the report of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress activities and strategy by the EAJC Director General, Dr. Chaim Ben Yaakov.
Дорогие друзья, мы переживаем очень сложные времена. В этом году, как никогда ранее, множество людей по всему миру, и особенно в нашем регионе, нуждались в срочной помощи. В этом году нам пришлось сосредоточиться на оказании значительной финансовой и гуманитарной помощи пострадавшим от разрушительной войны. В такие времена более всего спасение жизней – наше истинное предназначение. В этом мы, ведущие еврейские организации, должны быть едины, быть готовыми быстро реагировать, откликаться на просьбы и приходить на помощь там, где это необходимо. Именно для этого Евразиатский еврейский конгресс организовал настоящую конференцию. Мы пригласили мировых еврейских лидеров, чтобы обсудить то, что уже было сделано, и наметить наши следующие шаги. Поэтому я призываю своих коллег: давайте объединимся вокруг еврейских общин бывшего Советского Союза, как когда-то еврейский мир сплотился вокруг советского еврейства. Давайте поможем тем, кто решил сделать алию, был вынужден покинуть свой дом или же остаться в своей общине. Наш долг помочь им, каково бы ни было их решение. 4 года назад мы основали Институт евразиатских еврейских исследований и провели несколько полномасштабных опросов еврейского населения в постсоветских странах. Поддерживаем глубокие исторические исследования и внимательно следим за тем, что происходит в нашем регионе. Крайне важно анализировать ситуацию, опираться на научные данные и мнения экспертов, а не только строить собственные предположения. На наш взгляд, такой подход сегодня особенно важен. Во времена мгновенного распространения информации популизм стал инструментом легкого и быстрого взаимодействия с массовой аудиторией. Людей привлекают упрощенные, поверхностные идеи, часто не подкрепленные достоверными данными. Мы боремся с подобными явлениями, когда речь идет об антисемитских теориях и разжигании ненависти. Принимая во внимание крайне накаленную атмосферу в социальных сетях и почти неконтролируемый поток фейковой информации, мы должны быть гораздо более ответственными за то, что и как мы говорим. Это во многом относится к сегодняшней ситуации в Израиле. И мы призываем израильских лидеров отложить в сторону наши внутренние конфликты и объединиться. Работать сообща, как партнеры, с разными взглядами, но с чувством единой миссии. Мы призываем действовать и говорить ответственно. Особенно сейчас еврейский мир нуждается в сильном и надежном еврейском государстве. Если мы будем глубоко разделены нашими внутренними разногласиями, мы не сможем оказать помощь нашим братьям и сестрам по всему миру, когда это необходимо. Основатели сионистского движения мечтали о еврейском государстве, которое было бы центром еврейского мира, светом для еврейской диаспоры и для других народов. Это время настало. Чем сильнее становится еврейское государство, чем больше на нас обращают внимание, тем более ответственными мы должны быть за безопасность и благополучие евреев диаспоры. Евроазиатский еврейский конгресс не является политической структурой. Мы всегда поддерживаем еврейское государство и работаем с любым правительством. Однако от каждого правительства мы ожидаем, что израильские государственные лидеры будут иметь в виду широкую картину, принимая во внимание отношения с глобальным еврейским миром и играя активную роль в жизни диаспоры. Евроазиатский еврейский конгресс наводит мосты, продвигает идею единства и сближения различных частей еврейского народа. Только вместе, сплоченные воедино, в соответствии с многовековыми традициями нашего народа, мы преодолеем эти трудные времена. Благодарю вас за внимание.
The Euro-Asian Jewish Congress works with many organizations in Israel and around the world. Let's hear about these cooperations and collaborations of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress.
Dear friends, colleagues, members of the Congress, I'm very happy to give my message to you after 30 years of the establishing of our important Congress. The Euro-Asian Jewish Congress, it's an important part of life of the Jewish diaspora in many countries in the region that we are responsible for. So 23 countries, 23 branches, and many people like you, which are dealing, helping, assisting, and caring about the life of the Jewish people in their territories. It's not so simple to be involved, to devote time, energy, hard work for the cause of other people. And of course, in these days, when the world is not so peacefully and the world is not stable like used to be. So with all my heart, I want to wish you the best of all. I want to wish you great health. I want to wish you to continue to do as much as you can, each one in his place, to help others, to revive Jewish life, to be in contact with ourselves, with our partners, which we are so much doing together in cooperation with organizations like Limud, like Hillel, like Taglit, like Keren HaYesod and Keren Kayemet, Yad Vashem, Sefer, and many others. So please, in cooperation, together, all together, we are much stronger. And thank you very much for all of you. I wish our next 30 years to be easier and better. All the very best to you.
Dear Mikhail Mikhailovich Mirilashvili and all our friends and partners in the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress, on behalf of Keren Kayemet LiYisrael, Jewish National Fund worldwide leadership and our executive staff, we are privileged to congratulate you with this important occasion of 30 years of blessed activities of Euro-Asian Jewish Congress. It is a special honor for us at Keren Kayemet LiYisrael to work with the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress in saving lives together. The security roads which we are paving due to partnership with you are saving lives of our residents in the Gaza envelope communities, in Nir Am and in other communities around the Gaza Strip. We deeply appreciate your partnership with us
in building and installing 10 mobile bomb shelters, which save lives of our citizens in the south of Israel. We at Keren Kayemet LiYisrael, we feel your partnership, we feel your work, we know what you do for the Jewish people, for the state of Israel every day, and we appreciate it so much, and wishing you many, many years together of joint work, joint activities for the sake of our country and our people. Thank you so much.
Shalom, dear friends. On behalf of Keren HaYesod United Israel Appeal, I want to wish a congratulations to the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress on its 30th anniversary. And I want to say thank you for the tremendous cooperation between our two organizations. And I also want to recognize and thank my dear friend, Michael Mirelashvili, who I have known for many, many years. Michael, you are a true leader. You are committed, dedicated, and you give generously and care so much about Israel and the Jewish people. Tamshich Michael Lechael, you should go from strength to strength. Congratulations and thank you.
Shalom from Yad Vashem in the Mount of Remembrance in Yerushalayim. I want to congratulate the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress for their conference. The bonds, the links between Yad Vashem and the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress are deep and long. We are proud to have here in Yad Vashem a center in our research institute that concentrates in the Shoah in the former Soviet Union that bears the name of Moshe Mirelashvili. I myself, I am an Oleh. I came to Israel in 1971 from South America, and during those days, they started the Aliyah from Euro-Asian countries. So we share in this sense a deep common denominator of coming to Israel in those days between the Six-Day War and the Yom Kippur War, days of a very different state of Israel. I want to congratulate personally my good friend, Dr. Michael Mirelashvili, the president of your institution, whose dedication to the Shoah remembrance and to Yad Vashem in particular is amazing. I am proud to call him a friend. I want to thank Aaron Frankel, the chairman of the board, Dr. Chaim Ben Yaakov, the executive director, and the entire members of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress that continue to do an amazing work in order to promote, strengthen the Jewish people there, here, and elsewhere.
Good evening, everyone. Shalom. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here with you to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Euro-Asian Congress. You know that Taglit, that has brought over to Israel tens of thousands of Russian speakers since it was established, is in great partnership with the Congress. The partnership started in 2017 under the leadership of the President, Michael Mirelashvili. I would like to thank you, Michael, for being the leader on this partnership. Through your leadership, we have managed to send so many participants to Israel and to change and increase their Jewish identity, their relationships to Israel, and to be committed to Jewish life in the Russian-speaking countries. And this is thanks to you. And I'm proud to be a partner of the Congress. You know that only last summer we had 1,600 participants coming from the former Soviet Union. 1,600. Yesterday, the last two groups left the country after fulfilling their 10-day trip to Israel. And we would like to send more. We would like to change more. We would like to impact more together with the Congress, because this is the future of our people and we are committed to this partnership. And I would like to thank you so much for being in that with us. Taglit on one hand, the Congress on the other hand. Thank you very much, everybody.
So now for a little bit of history. how the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress gave a voice to Soviet Jewry 30 years ago. Our participants are Mika Shlenov, Alexander Shmukler, and Rabbi Mark Schneier.
So we're very pleased today to have with us Rabbi Mark Schneier, president of the Foundation for Ethnic Understanding and the founding senior rabbi of the Hampton Synagogue in West Hampton Beach. Welcome, Rabbi Schneier.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure always to be with you.
Thank you. So I want to jump in actually talking, this is a conference, as you know, for the EAJC, and I wanted to start by talking about Soviet Jewry. You and your father were quite involved in the late Soviet years in establishing the organized Jewish life in the post-Soviet era. What are your memories? What roles did you play? And how did this Jewish life come about in a place where there had been no Judaism for so long?
Look, I remember fondly from my childhood the pioneering efforts of my father, Rabbi Arthur Schneier. While masses of Jews outside of the Soviet Union were protesting, demonstrating on the streets, "Let my people go," it was Rabbi Arthur Schneier who headed up the movement of "Let my people grow." My father, in his infinite wisdom, understood that one day when the gates would be open from the Soviet Union, that most Jews would decide to remain, that most Jews would not take advantage of the opportunities of coming either to Israel or to the United States, and why it was so important, it was imperative to plant the seeds, the foundation for the regrowth of Jewish life in the Soviet Union. So I recall so many wonderful, wonderful memories of my parents hosting the late chief rabbi of Moscow, Rabbi Yehuda Levin. This is back in 1968. In fact, they tell the story. I was, I think, in third grade at Ramaz at the time, and I came home and I walked into the dining room. I saw this very saintly figure sitting in my father's chair. Rabbi Levin had a long beard. I didn't know who Rabbi Levin was. And I started berating him. How could you be sitting in my father's chair? You have to appreciate, the home that I grew up in. It was all about etiquette and manners. And, it was very, very formal like that. And then my father ran in to the dining room and says, Mark, stop. No, this is the chief rabbi of Moscow, Rabbi Yehuda Levin. And then it was my father who really identified the first 4 rabbinical students, I believe 2 from Moscow, 2 from Leningrad at the time. And he was the one who facilitated and sponsored their enrollment at the rabbinical seminary in Budapest, Hungary. And then that's Rabbi Shayevich was probably of that group. He's the star. Today he's the chief rabbi of Russia. But again, I remember going through that whole process. I hold a very, very unique achievement in 1972. I became the first and only American, really, Jew outside the Soviet Union to ever celebrate his bar mitzvah in Moscow. It was at the Choral Synagogue in July. And the place was overflowing, must have been thousands of people there. They came to see what a modern day yeshiva student is like. They've not been exposed. This is before social media and internet, and suddenly, here I come from New York City, and I can lead the service at the age of 13. I can read the Torah, read the Haftarah, give a bar mitzvah speech, which I delivered in Yiddish at the time. I remember in 1989, it's even before, 1988, before Perestroika, when my father arranged, I had just joined him at Park East Synagogue, and we did an exchange. The chief rabbi of Russia and the cantor of Russia exchanged pulpits with me and the Cantor Park East Synagogue. And this became the Passover story on the NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw, on CBS with Dan Rather. They had cameras. I mean, they estimated there were 10,000 people who gathered because Passover was such a celebratory, and it was the festival where Jews would gather, not only in the synagogue, but on, outside on the streets. So I went through this whole process, and my father came under attack. People, the masses said, no, we have to let them out. We have to make demands. Why are you wasting your time schooling future rabbis? Or my father was the one who he sponsored the reprinting of the first Siddur, the first prayer book, the first Chumash, since the establishment of the Soviet Union. He did all these things, the matzot, I'm not taking anything away from the greater community that was involved with the Refuseniks, with the Sharanskys and Mendeleviches of the world. But it was Rabbi Arthur Schneier who understood, it's not only let my people go, but let my people grow.
I love it.
And history proved him right, because most Jews chose to remain. And then you saw the tremendous growth of so many movements, from the JDC to Chabad, to the establishment of the Russian Jewish Congress, the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress. All of these really extraordinary organizations today should need a little dose of history. It was Rabbi Arthur Schneier who single-handedly raved, and he really projected and promoted the movement of let my people grow.
Well, it's interesting because, I think that you probably take after your father quite a bit, and that you might not be working in the Soviet spheres as much today, but you're working to grow many other aspects of connection, Jewish life, connection between people who are different, especially in the work that you've done in Azerbaijan and in that region, in the Gulf states, and of course, recently with Turkey. I want to move into that for just a moment, if it's okay, and focus on the work that's been going on. Azerbaijan, for example, just in the last week, agreed to be the first Shiite country to open an embassy in Israel. By the time people watch this, it'll be a couple of weeks. They signed on the dotted line, and it's moving forward. And you've been traveling there for a long time. What makes Azerbaijan so open to Israel? Tell me about the country and how you were able to do this.
Well, first, I'm proud. I don't believe that there's anyone in the Jewish world that President Aliyev is closer to than to myself. Not only have I heard that from the president, I remember the current ambassador of Israel to Azerbaijan, George Deek, who, by the way, happens to be the only Arab Christian ambassador in the Israeli foreign ministry, about 2 years ago, because I'm in Baku 2 to 3 times a year. Whenever I'm there, I see President Aliyev, and this was during COVID. And it was February 2021. I was going to see President Aliyev, and George came to see me. He had just been appointed ambassador a few months before. He says, Rabbi Mark, I don't know if you get who you are in this country. I said, why? He said, when I handed over my credentials to President Aliyev, he said to me, my 2 favorite members of the worldwide Jewish community are Prime Minister Netanyahu and Rabbi Mark Schneier. And George reminded me, and there's no more Prime Minister Netanyahu. So I'm very, very blessed, in this relationship. And I am very connected to Azerbaijan and to President Aliyev, because I believe, and I've said this publicly many, many times, that among the 57 Muslim nations, when it comes to its relationship with Israel, when it comes to the way it treats its indigenous Jewish community, when it comes to being a beacon of interreligious and interfaith dialogue and coexistence, Azerbaijan is number 1. It is simply number 1. People don't appreciate the fact that Azerbaijan, has either the first or second largest Jewish community of any Islamic country. And this is,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you know how many Jews that is? How many Jews are living in Azerbaijan?
Probably, they estimate about 25,000 Jews between Baku and the mountain Jewish community. And I must tell you that Azerbaijan, it's just a natural process and love affair with its Jewish community, for that matter, with all religious communities. I deal with enough heads of state that over the years have had to declare, quote unquote, a year of tolerance. In Azerbaijan, for the last 1,000 years, every year has been a year of tolerance. It is just what Azerbaijan is. And I'll give you a perfect example. This is all public information. You can ask the Israeli ambassador. A year ago, December, in fact, it's an appropriate conversation. It was last Hanukkah. I was in Baku. I was in Azerbaijan. The Israeli embassy is having the Hanukkah party. And the Hanukkah party was scheduled for 7. And I saw President Aliyev at his palace at 5:30. And the chief rabbi of Azerbaijan, Rabbi Shneur Siegel, had lamented to me the fact that the only Jewish day school in Azerbaijan, for that matter, the only Jewish day school in Central Asia, they were having some very, very serious financial problems. A deficit of more than $250,000. What can we do? Is there any way you could speak to President Aliyev to help us? So I went to see President Aliyev, and we're discussing different topics. And I said, Mr. President, you know that you're blessed being the host to the largest Jewish community in the Islamic world. But with that comes a certain responsibility, whether it's the upkeep of synagogues, schools, kosher restaurants. And I told him about this situation with the Jewish day school. And before I even completed the conversation, Rabbi Siegel, I saw President Aliyev pass a note to one of his staff members who was present. Rabbi Siegel already got a call that please tell the Azerbaijan Jewish community that I will take care of the entire deficit. And this, and then President Aliyev said to me, look, I know it's Hanukkah, so announce this publicly. This is my Hanukkah gift to the Baku Jewish community. And I made the announcement, right then and there. And in addition, we had a whole discussion about opening up the embassy in Tel Aviv. And he said, and I have to send you the recording of my public speech. There were 400 people there, including many ministers of Azerbaijan. The economic minister, the finance minister, the housing minister, the Minister Mikhail Jabarov, who is not only the economic minister of Azerbaijan, but he is the one who's in charge of relations with the state of Israel. And we had this discussion. I made the announcement that it was going to happen in 2022. Now I see it's going to happen in 2023. But when Ambassador Deek called me just 10 days ago, oh, did you hear? And we want to thank you. You had so much to do with it. I said, you know what, let me go back to my notes, because I remember the dates that President Aliyev and I discussed as to when the embassy should be open. We were looking for a significant date, which is in my notes. I'm not at liberty to discuss what that date is. But that's an example of how blessed I am to have these very, very strong, intimate relationships with heads of states. I refer to this as interfaith diplomacy. So whether it's President Aliyev, whether it's President Tokayev of Kazakhstan, whether it's President Erdogan of Turkey, whether it's the Emir of Qatar, whether it's the King of Bahrain, where I've been officially appointed as his special advisor for interfaith affairs, I celebrate and I treasure these relationships. But I'm not the kind of guy who just showed up on the scene. I pioneered this field more than 18 years ago. And this is years and years of cultivating and developing these relationships in good times and bad times. And I'm very, very blessed. And, my magnificent obsession, my preoccupation is how can I channel these relationships for the betterment of the state of Israel and for the betterment of the Jewish communities in those respective countries. That's my myopic focus in terms of how I manage these very, very unique relationships that I enjoy.
Incredible. Now, I mean, in recent, even more recent, I would say, before the Abraham Accords, and certainly since, there's been a lot of work going on in terms of understanding more the people to people, that more people are able to do what you're doing since we've signed the Abraham Accords, in the sense that there is relations. But there's been something really unique that's happened in the last, I guess, maybe a year and a half or so, which is the increased focus on Holocaust education in the Gulf countries. And I think that's really fascinating for us to talk about for a few minutes. It was, I think, the UAE that first did a ceremony to commemorate, but also Saudi Arabia has even taken some steps towards acknowledging and talking, educating about the Holocaust.
So I'm going to correct you there.
Please.
The first country, again, I'm a rabbi of many firsts. So I'll tell you, the first country was the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Really?
Long before the Abraham Accords, I think 4 years before, it was either 2016 or 17, the King of Bahrain sent out a directive to his ambassador in France, in Paris, to attend the community's Holocaust commemoration. That was the first representative of any Gulf state to participate in that kind of ceremony. And then I believe it was either 2 or 3, it may have been even 3 years ago, I hosted the first Kristallnacht commemoration with the participation of a representative of an Arab country. And that was
Where was that?
Ambassador. It was because of COVID, it was on Zoom. And it was the ambassador of Bahrain to the United States, my very dear and cherished friend, Ambassador Sheikh Abdullah Al Khalifa. And it was with the March of the Living, the ambassador of Bahrain, with the head of the indigenous Jewish community in Bahrain. Bahrain has the only, again, I keep referring to indigenous Jewish community. It's not exactly a community of great numbers. I mean, there are 37 Jews there. But nevertheless, it has the only synagogue, historic, synagogue in the Gulf, so that the first really Holocaust commemoration that ever took place involving a state, a Gulf state, the credit must go to His Majesty, the King of Bahrain, who has so many credits. It was the king in 2013. He was the first Gulf leader to legislate Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. In 2015, it was the King of Bahrain who actually led the charge for all members of the GCC to legislate Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. It was the King of Bahrain who, right after President Trump announced the moving of the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, 2 weeks later, there was an interfaith delegation of Bahrainian religious leaders in Jerusalem, which was a very, very courageous stand for His Majesty to take. How often, I was the first rabbi ever invited to meet with the king in the palace. This goes back to 2011, so the last 11 years, I'm a frequent guest at the palace. In fact, I was just there 2 weeks ago. Bahrain held a international global religious forum called the Bahrain Dialogue Forum, and Pope Francis was, of course, the honored guest. This was the second visit of the Pope to the region. The first was in 2019 in Abu Dhabi, where again I spoke on behalf of the Jewish people at that conference, following the Pope, as I did, in Bahrain. So how often, did His Majesty lament to me and saying, Rabbi, I have diplomatic relations with this country, some of them are not my friends. Why don't I have diplomatic relations with the state of Israel? And I think that it was really the king of Bahrain who created this new environment in the Gulf. He really deserves the credit because over the years he always spoke. I remember in 2016, I'm with him in the palace, and he said, I quote now, "The only hope for a moderate Arab voice in the region is having a strong Israel."
Right.
And I look at
I want
his
to I don't want to stop you, but I do want to make sure that we get back to the question at hand, which is
Sure.
the Holocaust. Can you just give me some recent examples, though, of since the amazing work that you just described in Bahrain that have happened in the region that you've been involved with regards to Holocaust education, and how close do you think we are potentially to having some of these countries, if any, accept the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, which would, of course, be the next step?
Well, I think we have different challenges in different regions. First, in terms of Holocaust education, Azerbaijan this year, for the first time, they actually government-sponsored, not Jewish community-sponsored, government-sponsored, held a Holocaust commemoration. I know Kazakhstan also participated in the UN commemoration date. As you mentioned, Ayan, the ceremony that had taken place just a few years ago in the UAE, Bahrain is on board, Saudi Arabia. Let's look at my dear friend Mohammed Al Issa, the Secretary General of the Muslim World League. We forget he's also the former Minister of Justice of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So that the Saudis had that connection when Mohammed Al Issa led the delegation of imams with the American Jewish Committee to Auschwitz. So it's just an evolving process in terms of really learning more about the Jewish people. Whenever I speak of Muslim-Jewish relations, not only do I refer to our common faith, but our common fates and how our single destiny must strengthen our bonds of concern, compassion, caring for each other. There are no two other faith communities that have more in common than Islam and Judaism. That's why you're seeing this tremendous euphoria and excitement between Muslims and Jews. In terms of the definition, it's trickier in Central Asia. I actually spoke with President Tokayev, President of Kazakhstan, about this, and he said, Rabbi, it's not an issue of signing on and not signing on. There's no anti-Semitism here. It's true. There's no anti-Semitism in Kazakhstan. There's no anti-Semitism in Azerbaijan. There's no anti-Semitism in Uzbekistan because Jews are like any other members of that community. In terms of the Gulf, it will come. It will come. Again, I'm not going to sit here in this interview, Mayan, and represent that we've reached the promised land of Muslim-Jewish relations. But, let me remind you, it took 40 years in the wilderness to get to the promised land. I'm not suggesting it's going to take 40 years to get to the promised land of Muslim-Jewish relations, but the good news is the journey has begun. We're well on our way to the promised land, significant benchmarks and landmarks along the journey. And that's why I am so buoyantly optimistic when it comes to Muslim-Jewish relations globally.
Amazing. So I know that we're going to run out of time. We're having to do this interview, unfortunately, on Zoom with you being in the US and me here in Israel. So before the Zoom closes off, I do want to have a minute to talk about the recent accomplishment, which was being able to play a role in bringing back together Turkey and Israel to some form of a normalization. I understand you were actually pretty strategically involved there. Give us a little bit of a window into what happened.
Well, it was 2 summers ago. It was actually my idea. I hosted the ambassador of Turkey to the United States, Murat Mercan. We had gone very, very close. He had asked me several months before to help facilitate an interfaith iftar at the embassy in Washington. And he said to me right before the iftar, because we had not met face to face because of Zoom, he said, look, I was sent here by President Erdogan for two reasons: to repair my relationship with the United States government and to repair Turkey's relationship with the American Jewish community. Have any suggestions? I said, yes, I can answer that in one word. And the answer is Israel. And he came to the Hampton Synagogue in July. We had a wonderful dialogue. And right after the dialogue, I said, let's go upstairs to my office. Let's call President Erdogan now. President Herzog was just elected president of Israel. It'd be very, very significant. Let President Erdogan call President Herzog to congratulate him. That was on a Sunday. On Monday, the call was made. The rest is history. One day, I'll write the book. It's all on my WhatsApp. And I was intimately involved. I mean, it was really a partnership between myself and Ambassador Merjan. I have calls, President Erdogan. I just read that President Herzog's mother passed away. What is the procedure? How do I express condolences? President Herzog calling me. I just heard President Erdogan had COVID. Should I call him? When should I call him? I was intimately involved, and I brought President Herzog to Ankara, to President Erdogan's palace last March. In fact, I'm bringing my congregation this March on our congregational mission. First, we're going to Saudi Arabia, and then to Turkey, where we're going to mark the first anniversary of the historic rapprochement between Turkey and the State of Israel.
Incredible. Wow. Well, this is, first of all, so moving, so educational. I am sure that all of our listeners are going to be as interested as I am. And I really appreciate you getting up early in the morning U.S. time to speak to me here in Israel. And I hope you have a wonderful day. And we thank you so much for being with us.
It's my pleasure, Mayan. I have to go back to Qatar next week for the closing ceremonies for what the media has referred to as Mark Schneier's bagel diplomacy. But I must tell you, when I agreed to do this back in 2017, at the request of the Emir and Hassan Al-Thwadi, who was Secretary General of the World Cup, and we agreed to three conditions. Number one, there would be access to kosher food. Number two, all Jews would be welcome, particularly Israelis. Number three, direct flights from Tel Aviv to Doha. The Qataris delivered on all three commitments to me. It's something to celebrate, and I'm telling you and all our viewers, hold on to your seats. There is great news down the road when it comes to Qatar and Israel.
Wow, amazing. What a great way to end. Thank you so much.
My
Take care.
pleasure.
Bye.
All right, all the best. Take care. Bye-bye.
And now to history. We'll hear from Mika Shlenov, one of the founders of the very first delegation of post-Soviet Jewry to the World Jewish Congress, a delegation which later became the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress. He is someone who revived Jewish life in post-Soviet countries.
Я рад приветствовать всех слушателей. И мы сегодня буквально несколько слов поговорим об истории Евразийского еврейского конгресса, который сегодня занимает, можно сказать, одно из центральных положений в системе международных еврейских организаций. Евразийский конгресс формально был создан в 1993 году, то есть 30 лет тому назад, и за это время, безусловно, доказал не только свою жизнеспособность, но и важность и существенность в системе организации мирового еврейства. Несколько слов буквально о том, как это происходило. Напомню, что в 1989 году в Москве произошел первый съезд ВААДа. Была первая официальная организация, которая ставила собой цель объединить еврейство в то время еще не бывшего Советского Союза. Советский Союз еще существовал. Но предшествовала этому достаточно активная и историческая, можно сказать, действительно кампания, которая проводила международное еврейство за советских евреев, поскольку советские евреи были оторваны практически от всех структур, которые объединяли еврейство до этого каким-то образом. И когда в 1989 году состоялся незадолго до первого съезда ВАДА так называемый Рижский форум, который впервые попытался сформулировать задачи, которые стояли перед советским еврейством, которое было на пороге эмансипации, открытия. До этого это была такая закрытая общность, все мы помним государственный антисемитизм и сложное положение евреев в Советском Союзе. На этом Рижском форуме было сформулировано несколько требований или несколько основных пунктов программы еврейского народа в СССР, за которые боролось еврейское движение, которое существовало в Советском Союзе. Среди этих разных требований, где была, безусловно, в первую очередь свобода алии, свобода иммиграции, свобода доступа к еврейской культуре, культурному наследию, еврейское образование и прочее, и прочее, был также пункт реинтеграции еврейства СССР в мировое еврейство. Мало кто тогда представлял себе, как именно должна была эта интеграция происходить, и формы, в которых это могло бы воплотиться. Центральная еврейская международная организация, которая занималась этой проблемой, или перед которой эта проблема стояла как некоторая практическая задача, был Всемирный еврейский конгресс, организация, которая возникла в 1936 году, и которая, хотя бы формально объединяла различные общины еврейской диаспоры. Вскоре после первого съезда ВАДА в 90 или 91 году ВАД был принят во Всемирный еврейский конгресс, большая делегация от ВАДа, в котором были представители практически всех тогда только что возникших еврейских общин в разных советских республиках. Была приглашена на сессию Всемирного еврейского конгресса в Иерусалиме, где было принято решение принять ВАД во Всемирный еврейский конгресс. Таким образом, впервые советское еврейство получило как бы тот самый знаменитый стул, как тогда многие вот тут выражались, который стоял пустым на протяжении многих десятков лет. Но тем не менее, что это за стул и какой он, эта проблема, она оставалась открытой. Когда был создан Российский еврейский конгресс в конце 80-х годов, то руководство этого конгресса, в частности, первый его президент Гусинский, видели естественный путь развития советских евреев как интеграцию в европейское еврейство. Не столько в мировое, но и если в мировое, то через европейское, которое было объединено в организацию, которая называлась и называется до сих пор Европейский еврейский конгресс. Однако выяснилось, что Европейский еврейский конгресс оказался не готов к тому, чтобы принимать это вот открывшееся советское еврейство в свои ряды. Возникла, в частности, проблема, которая на самом деле существует и по сию пору, и которая довольно часто вот обсуждается в разных русскоязычных, назовем их так, еврейских организациях, о том, являемся ли мы действительно частью европейского еврейства, если являемся, то как и в какой форме это может быть выражено, какая идеология лежит за этим. Довольно скоро выяснилось, что Европейский еврейский конгресс был не готов к тому, чтобы принимать в свои ряды в общем, одну из крупнейших еврейских общин диаспоры того времени, которая была расселена в Советском Союзе. Руководители европейского еврейства не понимали, что это такое, поскольку, так сказать, практических контактов с советским еврейством на уровне идеологическом, ментальном, историческом тогда практически не было. Во время наших обсуждений с руководством Всемирного еврейского конгресса выяснилось, что и руководство Всемирного еврейского конгресса также не очень понимает, как это все должно осуществиться. Напомню, что в то время внутри Всемирного еврейского конгресса существовало такое понятие, как континентальные секции. И Европейский еврейский конгресс был как бы одной из континентальных секций Всемирного еврейского конгресса. Наряду с ним существовал тогда Индо-Тихоокеанский конгресс. И многие, на самом деле, еврейские периферийные, назовем их так, по отношению к Европе, вот общины оказались как бы вне этой структуры. И тогда именно и рождается идея создать Евроазиатский еврейский конгресс как новое объединение, которое позволяет реинтегрироваться бывшим советским евреям в систему организации мирового еврейства. Значит, когда было принято решение о создании Евразиатского конгресса, оно было принято на самом деле впервые на упомянутом мной Рижском форуме 1989 года и в разных решениях ВАДА и других еврейских структур, которые вот возникли, были интегрированы были с ВАДом в то время, в конце вот 80-х годов, возник вот вопрос, кто же должен, так сказать, быть в этом Евразиатском еврейском конгрессе, то есть как бы каковы его не только географические, но и также и исторические и культурные рамки. Но поскольку речь шла в основном о русскоязычном еврействе бывшего Советского Союза, то как бы географические рамки мыслились в начале, в самом первом начале, когда только вот возникла эта идея, ну как бы бывший Советский Союз, а тут обнаружится еще другая вещь. То среди различных еврейских общин мира, которые были объединены, как я уже сказал, во Всемирном еврейском конгрессе, существовали, ну, то, что я, может быть, не очень удачно назвал периферийными общинами, то есть евреи в разных странах Азии, в меньшей степени Африки, но в основном Азии вот, и Востока, которые как бы, ну, рассматривались неофициально, конечно, но ощущения этих общин были, что они некоторые пасынки мирового еврейства. Вот это относится к евреям Индии, Китая, разного рода дальневосточных стран. И тогда при обсуждении того, каким должен быть Евразиатский конгресс, возникла мысль, что, наверное, было бы неплохо пригласить к соучастию в Евразиатском конгрессе вот этот периферийный еврейский регион Дальнего Востока и Южной Азии, и объединяло их с русскоязычным еврейством именно вот то, что я сейчас назвал некоторым ощущением пасынка.
So I have with me today Alexander Smukler, who has a very long history of not only being from the former Soviet Union, but also working on behalf of the community. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And shalom from New Jersey. I'm in New York area right now, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
Wonderful.
Regarding our activities in the former Soviet Union.
Okay, fabulous. So you are a former refusenik who advocated for the rights of Jews in the former Soviet Union. Some of our listeners are probably too young to even know what that really means. Tell us about that. What does it mean to be a refusenik?
To be a refusnik, yeah, I agree with you. It's very, very hard to explain, especially to the young generation. I even always trying to explain it to my children, and they still can't figure out that what this term mean, refusnik. Refusnik, basically, it's the people, I mean, the people who've been refused to receive an exit visa for their immigration from former Soviet Union, and of course, exit visa to repatriate to Israel, which is the most important. And we've been excluded from any kind of social life after we applied for the exit visa as it was required by former Soviet government during many, many years. And we've been waiting this exit visa for years. During that time, we were not allowed to, basically, we had no chance to find any job based on our profession or education. All of us had to find a job which was very low level, working as a security guards or gardeners, or I personally work as a chess teacher, private chess teacher. So it was very difficult time for thousands of people who've been refused to emigrate from Soviet Union and participated in the movement for the freedom of immigration from Soviet Union. So we called ourselves refusniks.
So do you have a story?
Or in Russian, it's called отказники.
Ah, okay, great. Thank you. So do you have a story that will maybe open people's eyes to what it was to be a Jew in the Soviet Union back then? I mean, you spoke about what it is to be a refusnik, but what was day-to-day life like for you?
During the time, you mean during the time when I was a refusnik, or before that?
I would say even right before, before this whole period happened.
I grew up and I was born, and I grew up with very, very assimilated family. My both parents were hardline communists, and basically in my family, I had no clue at all what means to be Jewish. And we never celebrate any holidays. We never followed traditions. I had no idea about Shabbat or Pesach or Hanukkah. They tried to hide it from us because they lived in Soviet Union with the great fear that if they will follow traditions, as, for example, my grandparents did, sometimes they will lose their jobs and their lifestyle will be their lifestyle. They will not be able to maintain the lifestyle which they wanted. So my parents really did not educate us at all about what means to be Jewish. And at the age of 18, I went to Crimea with my parents. I was a senior at the high school, 10th grader. And in the summer, we went to Crimea, the little village called Koktebel. And I suddenly meet people on the beach wearing Magen David. And I was shocked and amazed. And I asked my parents, what does it mean? Why they, of course, I knew what Magen David is because I've seen it before. And I understand that they bravely identify themselves as a Jews. And that was the beginning of my long way back to Jewish tradition, to my roots, because I tried to do everything possible to meet with these people and talk with them, and it brought me to the movement. And I remember that happened in the summer of 1978. Of course, after the years, I learned and from them and from other people that every year in the summer, a group of Hebrew teachers organized by Yuli Kasharovsky and Yuli Edelstein. They came to Crimea and conducted diburim on the mountains in the summer camps, and during the daytime they were visible on the beach. So that's how I came to the movement.
Such an incredible story. Now, you know, especially hearing the word Natan Sharansky and Yuli Edelstein being among the teachers. Now, you moved for your...
No, Natan was not my teacher. Of course, he is a very dear friend and a mentor. But my teacher was Yuli Kasharovsky, Yuli Edelstein, and Michael Nekrasov.
Amazing. Now,
my Hebrew teachers.
You moved to the United States eventually, as you know, you're living now, and it was in 1991. And you became heavily involved in activism then on behalf of the Jews from the former Soviet Union. Share your most memorable stories from that time.
Since I moved to the United States?
That period in 1991 when you came over, and right away, from what I understand, you became an active activist on behalf of the Jews still living in the Soviet Union at the time.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I end up being in the United States, it's because I left already in 1991. It was just a few months before Soviet Union collapsed. And of course, we always been prepared to go to Israel. We received actually our permission to immigrate in early 1990 after almost 10 years of waiting exit visa, because first I applied for the immigration August 3rd, 1980, first time. And I was waiting. And after that, my wife joined me. We married in 1982, and we reapply again. And I was getting the refusal to immigrate because of the state secrecy of my parents. That was the first reason, because they both used to work in the Soviet in the Soviet secret scientific institutes, but I never did. And because of them, I also had they refused me to immigrate because of their state secrecy. In addition to that, my parents refused for many years to sign a permission for me to immigrate, which in that time was required by the Soviet government. So I received the exit visa and permission to immigrate during the Gorbachev time in early 1990. But in that time already, I started, the perestroika allowed us to start businesses. And by the 1991, I already had a pretty large business and a company which was involved in the coal trading, and with the headquarters in Rotterdam and Brussels.
Wow.
And also the company had an office in New York, and they offered me to relocate to New York to work there. For me, I decided that it's a temporary move before going to Israel. So I used that chance, and that's how we end up in New Jersey, in Montclair.
So I want to take just a quick jump to, you know, to be able to make sure for the sake of time that we're able to address some of the more, the additional questions. And one of the things that I know happens, you know, from that time in the late 1980s to the early 1990s, is that when the Soviet Union fell, we got into the post-Soviet period, it really was that the Jewish community went from nothing, as you said, you grew up with no Judaism, with zero, to really having a number of Jewish organizations working in the region. I understand you were involved in that as well, including work with the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress. Can you just give me an idea of how does that happen? How do you go from zero to so many Jewish organizations?
Yeah, before I left the Soviet Union, I was a part and a member of so-called steering committee, which was, we called it Mashka. It's a steering committee, a group of Jewish leaders who've been really organizing underground Jewish, basically organizing and leading underground Jewish activity in the Soviet Union. And the last chairman of the steering committee during the Soviet time was Mika Chlenov, Dr. Chlenov. And of course, I consider him as one of my my oldest and my dearest friend and mentor. And when I end up in United States, I was traveling very often back to Russia in 1991, 1992, 1993. And of course, I've heard about the initiative which was coming from my former friends and colleagues in that steering committee, and basically former members of the Presidium of the Vaad, that they're planning to organize Eurasian Jewish Congress, which, as far as I know, celebrate 30 years of activity very, very soon. And three founders of Eurasian Jewish Congress, Roman Spector, Michael Chlenov, and Yosef Zissels, who lately, Yosef and Chlenov lately became co-chairman of Eurasian Jewish Congress. They organized that body trying to unite and discuss problems which communities on the territory of former Soviet Union and basically Eastern Europe will have after the collapse of Soviet Union. I think it was a great idea. I fully supported it. And when lately I became president of National Coalition supporting Eurasian Jewry, of course, we've been doing our programs and projects in very in cooperation with Eurasian Jewish Congress.
Incredible.
And I think Eurasian Jewish Congress played very important role during the last 30 years in community development in the former Soviet republics and Eastern Europe, especially protecting Jews from different anti-Semitic waves, and helping people to emigrate and repatriate to Israel. So that work was absolutely outstanding.
So let me ask you this. I mean, today we have a war going on between Russia and Ukraine, and I'm wondering from your perspective, is the Jewish community doing enough in order to help the situation as it's going on now? It's especially interesting giving your perspective from what you've been through in the past.
You mean the Jewish communities or Eurasian Jewish Congress?
I would say the Jewish community in North America, where you're living today.
Listen, it's extremely complicated issue, and we're all having such pain that today the Jewish communities of Ukraine and Russia are separated, and it's such a painful issue, because I know that some of the members of the Jewish community in Russia now are supporting the Russian aggression in Ukraine. At the same time, we know that Jewish community in Ukraine, including the leadership, and my friend Yosef Zissels and Pavel Feldblum and Yakov Bleich and Rabbi Kamenetsky, they're doing everything possible to help Jews who still remain in Ukraine today simply to survive during such brutal war. My concern is I have a very complicated feelings about this conflict sitting here in New York. On one hand, I do understand that probably it's the last page of the Jewish history in Ukraine and Russia. And I do believe that most of the Jews will finally stake in a line to get Israeli citizenship, and they will end up in Israel very soon. It will take time, maybe several months. I know that Jewish Agency and Natif are working so hardly to accommodate everybody who are seeking place to survive and live, and who are trying to emigrate right now to Israel. And I know that the thousands of people are fleeing out of Russia, and especially, of course, from Ukraine. All my friends, especially from Russia, right now relocated to Israel and started a new life there. So I do believe with the understanding that the golden age of Russian Jews is over. I don't believe that the Jewish community will be so vibrant and active after that war until the political situation in Russia will be changed. At the same time, I do understand that Israel has such a, politically has such a difficult and complicated time, because Israel is like between two stones. On one hand, Israel is cannot actively support Ukraine, including sending weaponry and lethal weaponry and sophisticated missiles or anti-aircraft systems to Israel and support them from military point of view, because that will raise a risk that Russia will close its borders for the Jews who are trying to immigrate right now. And the cooperation between Russia and Israel is also important in in direction of the situation in Syria and Hezbollah, and of course the situation in Iran.
Of course. So I don't want to. I hate to cut you off, but just because again, of the sake of time, I know it's so interesting.
I just want to point. I just want to add one very important issue. Being here in New York, for example, I just recently published the interview with the Jewish Standard, because also, yes, we do understand the suffer of not only Jews, but the Ukrainians during that war. But at the same time, supporting the Ukraine is very, very hard for us, especially because the pattern of the Ukrainian voting in the United Nations. Not many people knows that during last 2 months, Ukraine twicely voted to support anti-Israel resolutions in the United Nations.
Right,
and it's very known. Most of the American Jewish leaders condemn that resolutions. And I have a question, of course, when we talk about supporting the Ukraine, I have a question to Jewish president of the Ukraine, why the Ukrainians keep voting in the United Nations supporting anti-Israel resolutions.
Well, it's a good
That's what
point.
I wanted to.
For
me, it's a very important issue.
Yeah, very good point to end on for sure. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Smukler. It's been a pleasure to speak with you today and get your insight into the history, the present, and I guess we're going to wait and see what happens in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and Lihitot.
Thank you for being with us on this special broadcast marking the 30th anniversary of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress and their collaboration with the Jerusalem Post on this special occasion. I would like to thank the president of the EAJC, Michael Mirilashvili, and the chairman of the board, Aharon Frenkel. We will end the broadcast with a special video about the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress. Thank you.
30 years ago, a small Euro-Asian delegation to the World Jewish Congress gave a long-awaited voice that had been silenced for decades, the voice of the Soviet Jewry. This delegation later received the name of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress, and that is how it all started. So far, it has been an exciting journey, from a small delegation to one of the leading Jewish powers in the region. Today, the EAJC unites Jewish communities and organizations in more than 20 countries, from the Balkans and Eastern Europe to the Far East and Oceania. We support our communities by meeting their needs, representing them in international organizations and diplomatically advocating for the interests of the Jewish population in the region. We meet with government leaders and encourage them to act against hatred and violence towards Jewish people and the Jewish state. We call on them to adopt a proper legislation in the fight against anti-Semitism, historical distortions, and Holocaust denial. We bridge the gap between the diaspora and the Jewish state, and we always stand for Israel's international rights. We help those in need, support successful projects and organizations, while constantly encouraging new initiatives in the Jewish world. We praise youth creativity and innovation, promoting the newest approaches and bringing novel ways of Jewish education. Advocating Holocaust history awareness, revealing this topic from new perspectives and angles, presenting new stories and facts. We maintain this dialogue, refresh it, and we do not let it tail off. In strategic decision-making, we rely on data from professional surveys, opinion polls, and analytics, which allow us to see the dynamics and outline real trends. We research the current state of communities and share our results with everybody involved in the Jewish life of the region. We also initiate our own strategic projects, reflecting the position of the EAJC as the regional and international Jewish leader. EAJC broadens its impact both locally and internationally by collaborating with some of the leading Jewish organizations in the world. The Congress is being run by successful businessmen, philanthropists, and public figures, joined by their faith in a strong and blooming Jewish diaspora, united around an ancient Jewish heritage and the modern Jewish state. We've backed the Jewish communities in the most difficult of times. We supported them during the pandemic. We are supporting them now in times of complete uncertainty. Immediately, we created a humanitarian aid fund for the Jews of Ukraine. We support the remaining Jewish communities in Ukraine and help the Jewish community of Moldova to accept and accommodate refugees. We are facilitating the evacuation to Israel and helping those who flee the war in other European countries as well. We strongly advocate for peace and hope that soon it will be reached. For 30 years, the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress has been setting the trend and priorities for the development of Jewish life in Europe and Asia, working hard to secure its better future. We are proud of it, but we keep in mind our big responsibility and our mission. We are proud of what we have accomplished, but we always strive to do better. Our roots are in the past, but we always look further into the future. Euro-Asian Jewish Congress, the future of Jewish life in the Euro-Asian region.